State Board of Higher Education to order. Christy, if you would take the roll, please.
Dr. Johnstead?
Here.
Dr. Melliker?
Here.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft is here.
Ms. Nessett? Here. Mr. Morton?
Here.
Dr. Murphy?
Present.
Mr. McEwen?
Here.
Ms. Reichert? Here. Ms. Hofferth?
Here.
Okay, the first item is the approval of the agenda. Any questions on the agenda? If we could have a motion to approve it.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Grant, second by Don.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nessett?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Johnstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Second item is the approval of minutes, meeting minutes. We have two meetings that have not been approved yet. The first one was the November 20th meeting we had with Dr. Meredith at NDSU. And the second one is the December 9th meeting we had with Dr. McCormick on the timelines for the Chancellor search. If there's any questions on the dates, our first meeting was, like it shows, December 9th. And then on March 26th, we're going to identify the top candidates for the Chancellor. And on April 14th, we're going to interview, I don't know how many candidates, but top candidates on an Ivan search. And then we will bring them to the state on April 28th to the 30th to actually interview in person the semifinalists. And then we'll have the finalists on May 14th. So if there's any questions on the dates, those will be published, but Dr. McCormick will be here later on. Not today, but later on to go over the agenda. Any questions on the minutes?
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve the minutes of both meetings.
Second.
By Grant, second by Chris.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Ms. Nessett?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Dr. Johnstead?
Yes. And then Chris has a little comment he wants to make about future meetings and what we want to have on future meetings. Chris, is there some points you want to say?
Yep, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traditionally, we have on the at the end of the agenda for future discussion of board meetings. We were talking a little bit before, and it'd be nice to have a report on the due process legislation in particular, in terms of the impact it would have on the university system should it pass or not pass. NDSA and hopefully Zach Niebuhr, the NDSA president, will be here, but NDSA did pass a resolution against Senate Bill 2250. So it would be good, at least for the February meeting, to have a more further review, in my opinion.
Actually, Mr. President, I'm hoping that at least during the interim chancellor's report or our legislative update, I'm hoping to get some more information on that particular bill.
Sure.
I just need some background. Obviously, it's something that we're starting to get a little press on, and the board really hasn't fully weighed in on it, and I'd like to know a little bit more about it.
They asked me about that. They asked me about that yesterday, and I was very similar to Grant. I did not have a lot of background information about that. More information.
Mr. Chairman, we will, during the legislative update, we'll go through all of these and give you background information.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Get you all up to date on them.
Okay, our first item of business is a report from the Audit and Vulnerability Assessment Committee. If you want to step forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Don LaFleur. I'm the Information Systems Audit Manager for the North Dakota State Auditor's Office. The way this audit came about was the last legislative session. The legislature granted the Auditor's Office an additional $100,000 and requested a second audit on the state. We decided the best use of that money would be to do a security audit on the university system, since there hadn't been a comprehensive report done there for quite a while. The university's done some stuff internally, but nothing from an independent source had been done. So we've been doing this on the state since 2005. We do it every other year, so the state's had, I think, 4 times where they've done this now. But as I said, this is the first time we've done it on the university system. It is our intention to continue to do this audit every 2 years, to continue to improve, to fix some of the problems we find, go in more in depth and identify additional problems, bring them to your attention, so we can continue to improve the security of the university system. So I'd like to start off by thanking the university system. This audit was done on kind of a shoestring budget and a very tight timeline. And without their cooperation, it would have been almost impossible to pull this off and to get you the report we have here today. I know these audits are not fun. Some of the findings in them are not fun to hear. But we in the Auditor's Office like to view audits as a chance to have an independent review, bring problems forth, not as a got you or to get people in trouble, but more, you know, let's find out what's going on, let's address them. And I think everybody involved from the university system has had that in their mind when we conducted this audit. So with that, I will turn this over to Eric Wallace. Eric is with TCS. They were the subcontractor on this audit. The primary contractor was L.R. Kimball, but TCS provided most of the technical staff for this audit, and Eric is the manager of that staff. He's been with TCS for quite a while, has quite the bio. He's the director of the commercial cyber services for the cyber intelligence group at TCS. He has an electrical engineering degree from the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, and then also from Clemson University. He's been in software development, worked for the Air Force for a while with their cyber group, right?
SIGINT group, yeah.
Yep. And then he's been doing this type of work for the last 3 years, you said?
Correct.
So, and with that, I will turn it over to Eric Wallace, who will present this report to you.
Thank you very much, Don. Team Kimball would like to thank the North Dakota Auditor, as well as the North Dakota University System and the campuses involved in the assessment for their support, especially during the assessment. Sorry. It was on. I think I'm just not close enough to it. There we go. Again, we'd like to thank them for their support during the assessment. It was a pretty aggressive schedule. We completed the assessment over the course of October the 1st through October the 31st. And within that month, we're able to assess all 11 campuses and the North Dakota University System offices as well. You guys should each have a report in front of you. I'm going to walk through kind of the high-level details associated with the report. If you have any questions as we go along, feel free to interrupt and ask. I won't be, put off by you breaking in at any point in time. So feel free to interrupt me as you have questions.
There are some additional reports on the back table stacked back there if I missed any members or if anybody from the audience wants them. They're back that way.
So Team Kimball was asked to perform a vulnerability assessment of the internal and external information technology infrastructure of North Dakota University System and associated campuses. The campuses that were represented in the assessment are Bismarck State College, North Dakota Botno, Dickinson State University, Lake Region State College, Mayville State University, Minot State University, North Dakota State College of Science, North Dakota State University, the North Dakota University System offices in Fargo, Bismarck, and in Grand Forks, the University of North Dakota and Valley City, and Williston State College. These campuses and offices provide the IT resources that are utilized on a daily basis for more than 47,000 students and about 11,000 faculty and staff. And as you all know, IT security is essential to ensure that campuses comply with federal and state laws and regulations designed to protect sensitive information and education records, such as education records, personally identifiable information, credit card data, and financial aid records as keys. Campuses and their resources are prime targets for computer hackers due to the culture of the academic freedom and the values of open access that the universities have. In addition, the campuses provide numerous computer labs, high-speed internet connections, and servers that can support very high computational power. The assessment represents the evaluation of about 130,000 systems for vulnerabilities, just to give a kind of an idea of how much we went through. The North Dakota University system and a few of the campuses that are represented have had IT security violations within the past year. Within the report, you'll see a note associated with the public announcements that were made associated with those. In addition, I included references to Indiana University and references to Maryland, the University of Maryland at College Park. Both of those are substantial breaches that happened in 2014 as well. I did a little bit more research just in the last few weeks, post-report being published. If you look at Privacy Rights Clearinghouse, which they compile data around breaches of all different types, in 2014, there were about 28 universities that were breached. If you break down those 28 universities, about 60% of the breaches were due to either hackers or malware being imposed on the system. And that pretty well, I think, falls in line. If you look at the 3 breaches that the North Dakota University system had, they all fall under that, that set, at least the ones that were publicly announced. The one note that I did pull out of that as well, only about 7% of breaches at the universities were from insider threats. So something you might think about. They did categorize one of their categories as kind of component data that was being removed, stuff that was either taken via like a USB drive or things like that. That was about 10%. In my mind, that could be considered insider data as well. So it could be as high as maybe about 15%. Testing was formed as part of the vulnerability assessment on all network devices that were within the ranges specified by each of the campuses and the North Dakota University system. So we worked directly with them to get a list of the IP addresses and the ranges that we were going to evaluate. All detected vulnerabilities were documented and remediation guidelines were provided to the campuses. Each of the campuses got a very specific report of the vulnerabilities that were found and the remediation guidance associated with them. The report that you're looking at today is a very much genericized version of that report, providing only high-level findings associated with what was located. I'll go over the methodology real quickly at a high level. So how do we do what we do? Team Kimball follows a hacker-centric methodology while performing vulnerability assessments. We look at open source collection, which is a set of prep work to determine what IP addresses and what namespace potentially are we going after. Do they have public-facing websites, things of that nature? Network discovery, where we go through and scan the actual IP space. Host discovery, to look for active IPs within that space. And then port discovery. We're looking for ports that are open associated with each of those machines. Things like port 80, that's HTTP. Port 443, that's HTTP secure. Port 21, that's FTP. Port 23, that's Telnet. So the scanning tools that we utilize look for those ports. Once we identify open ports, we have some indication based just on the port number, as I mentioned, what it is. You can provide a query to the port will return information about itself. And usually in that information, it's going to give you data back like, I'm running Apache, and the version is XYZ. A Microsoft system because I have, these 7 unique ports open and they're unique to a Microsoft system. And maybe on one of those ports, I can query it and find out information about it specifically being XP or Windows 7 or a Unix system or whatever's appropriate. Once we can get that application identification, we then know kind of what they have on the system. With that, you can then go back and match it up against vulnerability databases. So if they're running a Windows system and they have Apache and they're running XYZ version of each of those things, then we know that they're vulnerable to these findings. And based on that, we can get a list. And that's the vulnerability assessment that then was provided to the campuses as well as to the auditor's office. Typically, if we were doing penetration testing, we would then follow with an assessment of each of those findings to determine if we could actually get access. For this audit, we did not do that. We stopped at the point where we had identified the vulnerabilities and left it up to the campuses and to the university system to determine whether or not there was an actual finding there and whether or not they needed to do remediation. In some cases, you may find a vulnerability that's in a location that's not easily accessible from the outside. They may choose at that point not to fix that vulnerability. And it's a discussion that they kind of have to go through based on IT guidance. So their IT services would look at it, they determine whether or not it's in a critical area, and that would guide whether or not they wanted to fix it. We use a common set of tools that are listed within the report. As I mentioned earlier, all the assessments were completed between October the 1st and October 31st. The campuses that we assessed, as well as the university system, were aware of the scans that were being performed, but no modifications were made by those entities associated with the protective infrastructure while we were performing the assessment. And what I mean by that is, externally, as we were performing our scans, if they noticed us or if their protective gear shut down our scan or blocked us from being able to get access, they didn't make any modifications to allow us to then have access to that network. We did perform the assessment from the external components as though we were anyone on the internet. So anyone that could get a public IP address and scan, that's the way we looked. We looked like somebody who just showed up from Starbucks or from some other company that's out there, scanning their network. Internally, we were given the access that most of the students and faculty have. For the most part, in a few instances, there were some areas that we weren't able to directly reach with that level of access. We were granted additional access by the campus or by the IT staff to provide us access to the additional IP ranges that they wanted to have scanned. So in some instances, they specifically might have put us on a VLAN that would allow us to get to those machines. Vulnerabilities were reported based on CVSS, which is Common Vulnerability Scoring System, and those values are defined by FIRST. FIRST is a forum of incident response and security teams, and it's an open standard. By using CVSS and it gives a common mechanism to identify the severity of the finding. So for each host that we identified, it has a specific finding and it has a specific score associated with that. The reason we use that type of an approach is we can do it the same every time. So if we come back in 2 years, we run the same assessment, we should be able to match up a host, match up the CVEs and CVSS scores that we see, and do a direct correlation. Was it fixed? Is the finding still there? Are there new findings? And that way you can get a sense of, is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Are they staying the same? Are the policies that are being applied having an effect or not? So we want to be able to measurably measure this as time goes on. And any other assessment firm who comes could follow the same assessment. It doesn't have to be us coming back every time. This is an open standard. All right, that's kind of the high-level overview of the beginning of this. Any questions before we jump into kind of the findings?
Any questions, board members of Eric?
All right, so I'd like to do a high-level overview then of each of the findings. Again, feel free.
Are you going through this document?
Yes, I am.
Could you just tell us what page you're on?
If you turn to the, sorry, yes. Page 7 is the first finding. The other thing that I'll note, and I didn't bring it up earlier, and I apologize for that, is The university system provided a response as well to all of the findings. Their response to the findings can be found in the appendix as well. So for each of the findings that we propose, we have recommendations that we put forward. They've provided a response to those recommendations. I probably won't go through every response unless that's something that you guys desire. So let me know as we get to that point. First finding was unsupported operating systems. 10 of the 12 campuses were found to have unsupported operating systems. These are things like Windows, Unix, Mac OS, Linux, et cetera. It could be a host of others as well. And the problem with that is vendors reach end of life in their development cycles. They no longer provide patches, and I can provide an example for that. And Windows 2000 was retired in July 13th, 2010, and just last year, Windows XP SP2, Service Pack 2, you're probably aware, was retired as well. A lot of the systems that we found within the networks were Windows XP. And although there's not necessarily an exploit that's readily known for Windows XP since the time that it was end of life or retired, there are sure to be some that come out. And because patches are no longer going to be provided for those systems, it's imperative then that they be updated or secured in some manner to make sure that they're appropriately handled. I provided in the report reference to a Sakuna report from 2010. They go through and evaluate both application OS as well as applications for about maybe 500 to 1,000 of the applications that are out there. They look at how the impact of vulnerabilities impact the ability of hackers to get into the system. And one of the things they note, if you look at the top 14 vendors, 50% of the flaws or exploits that are found out there are related back to those top 15 vendors. So, you know, guys like Microsoft and Google and HP, the big guys. And it makes sense because that's mostly what's on, you know, these boxes and your Windows machines and things like that. The core software that people are going to utilize are from those top 15 vendors. The other thing that they note is those vendors apply patches pretty regularly, and if you can keep up, you're going to stay fairly safe. So the key to that is, and it aligns with our recommendations, if you have a set of OSs that are not supported, move to supported versions if you can. If you can't, look at providing defense in depth. Shut down ports that don't need to be open and utilized, limit the apps that are on the machine, limit access. So if it's a machine that's in a unique system that can't be upgraded, but you know there are only 100 people who have access to it, then get the MAC addresses of every machine that they're going to use to access that box and do MAC filtering to the machine or things like that. So there's a lot of different types of mechanisms that they can put in place. They need to do that defense in depth if they can't move the machine. The other thing that we're recommending is that they provide Team Kimball provided a list of retired OSs. If they find a machine that's part of that set of retired OSs, there should be a policy in place. There should be a waiver request that's requested from management associated with keeping that machine in place so that they can prove that they've gone through some process to do defense in depth or whatever they're going to do to protect the machine. The other thing it does is allow them to create a list of those boxes that are out there. So if an attack is published for Windows XP, let's say, I know where my 20 Windows XP machines are that are in the network. I'm not having to go look for them after the attack is out and has been known for 3 days. I want to know where they're at ahead of time, and I want to know whether or not, is my best defense unplugging it from the wall, until I can figure out how to patch it. So they need to know where those are at and be able to actively act on them. All right, finding number 2, missing software patches or upgrades. This links more to applications, not to the OS itself. So it's imperative that software patches and upgrades are applied in a timely manner, and this will dramatically reduce that window. Recommendations ensure that each of the campuses are performing vulnerability assessments on a regular basis. We found that all of the campuses that we visited were using Nessus, which is one of the key tools that we utilize to do the vulnerability assessment. They should continue doing that. They should look for, what things are out there that need to be patched, and then based on that, do those updates. So we were happy to see that they're utilizing that. Apply patches in a timely manner. So ensure that they have policies and procedures in place is also key. So if they run Nessus and they know they have 600 vulnerabilities, but they don't have a policy and a procedure in place to, identify critical to being fixed in 5 days and high to being fixed in a month and low to being fixed in, a year or some other time frame, it's not worthwhile. If they're just randomly choosing what they want to fix, that doesn't define something that's going to be usable. So they need to have policies and procedures. If they choose not to fix something because, there's a specific reason maybe in their network, this machine is hidden, it can't be found or whatever, they can get a waiver associated with that, but there should be a set of procedures around that. The other thing that they should evaluate is whether or not commercially available management systems can help them move that forward quicker. So is there a tool that they can buy that will help them manage those set of patches, evaluate them quickly, and get them rolled out faster? It's a fine line that the IT teams are playing for patch management. They want to get them quickly into place to address the security concerns, but at the same time, they don't want to have that patch cause a negative impact within the network, which is possible. So they have to have some time frame to test and be able to be confident when they roll it out that there's not going to be an issue. The use of commercially available tools can help them do some of that, because it can help with the evaluation, it can help with the backout, it can help them roll the patches out quicker. So if they're not already using them, they should consider using those type of tools. Finding number 3, and I'm sorry, if you're keeping up we're on page 9. Easily guessed or default credentials. Every campus that was assessed was found to have systems with easily guessed or default credentials. These are a gold mine for hackers because they don't have to, they're not giving anything up to get into these systems. They're able often to get admin access without having to do anything. They didn't have to throw an exploit. They didn't have to deposit malware. They didn't have to do anything other than guess the password. And when they log in, they look just like the user who normally logs into that system. So there's no way to know that they're there. So, these are ones that need to be addressed right away. Recommendations, ensure that there's a password policy. I looked at the North Dakota University response, university system response this morning. They do already have a policy in place. So they just need to ensure that that policy is being implemented. And that all right, so create a password policy, enforce password rules to reduce the likelihood of guessing, so make sure there's numbers, characters, special characters, those type of things inside of there. Enforce the requirements as well of password aging, which might not be in their current policy. So every 6 months or 3 months or some level of time, the password must be changed. And then ensure systems are not deployed with default settings. That's probably the biggest issue right there. I shouldn't be able to guess root and Calvin, which is for a lot of Cisco systems. Things like that just shouldn't be out there. There are websites that are dedicated to going out and being able to look up what the default passwords are on some of these systems. Next finding, number 4, unsupported web server. 5 of the 12 campuses had unsupported web servers. It's similar to the OS, it's just lack of vendor support. Eventually, they're not going to be able to get patches for those systems. And the second component of the unsupported web servers is usually web servers are out there to provide information either internally to the campuses or externally. Because of that, a lot of these systems are public facing. So they're easy to get to, they're easy to scan, they're easy to find. So they need to be fixed first. Upgrade to supported, our recommendations, upgrade to supported releases. evaluate the need for the web server. In some cases, these guys have gone unsupported because whoever initially set it up, they might have left, they're no longer around, maybe it's not even needed any longer, but no one's looked to tear it down. Or move the server to something that meets the requirements. The next set of findings were unique to the internal network itself. Finding number 5 has to do with well-known exploits. So externally to the system, we didn't find any of these findings, which is fantastic because these are all ones that have been in the press. They're Heartbleed, the Shell Shock, the IPMI Cipher Suite 0. These are ones that you guys have probably heard of, and you may not be in IT, right? But Heartbleed was all over the news. Shell Shock, all over the news. I was happy to find externally there were none of these, but internally there should have been none as well. Just because with that level of exposure on TV, not only are the hackers who initially, threw out the exploit and were trying to get access to systems using them, but everybody who wants to be a hacker is trying to see whether or not they can get access to these systems as well. So, if you have a campus network where there's a lot of kids, they want to, see whether or not they can do this, even internally, you don't want them to be available. So, so they need to fix these. There's definitions of how each of these work inside of here. If you have any further questions about them, give me a call. The good news with these, they're all easily patchable. There's patches available for each of them. It's a matter of just patching. The next set of findings were external to the network only. Finding number 6, there were several publicly accessible web applications that were separate from the public websites of the campuses. These web applications and appliances, many of them had were systems that had default or easily guessed passwords, which we talked about a little bit earlier. And some of the applications were found to store and allow access to PII, or personally identifiable information. So even though we weren't doing pen testing as part of this, because these systems didn't require us to actually pen test to get access to them, because they were default passwords or easily guessed passwords, we were able to get access to the machines and determine that they had PII on them. Many of these applications should be disabled or blocked from external public access. So they were applications that, instead of being accessible to the internet, should have just been accessible maybe internally to the campus or to the student population. Recommendations: systems with web applications or appliances should be evaluated for public access. So there should be some form of a policy. Is this a web app that should be outside? If it shouldn't be outside, let's firewall it off or set it up in a way where it's only accessible to the student population. If they need to be publicly placed, what is the proper authentication that should be put on them? Is it username, password? Is it three-factor authentication? What is the right approach? So there needs to be some kind of a policy put in place to ensure that they're doing the right thing there. And then the key also is ensure they're not set up with default credentials, which we covered earlier. Finding number 7, lack of firewall or network address translation, also referred to as NAT. 4 of the 12 campuses use public IP addresses for internal routing within the campus. Some had bridge firewalls to prevent routing rules and to provide application level filtering. But in many cases, even with that bridged access, we were able to go directly across the firewall into the network and directly look at machines that should be considered inside of the campus network. Network address translation allows a network to be protected by a single host acting as a gateway to the internet. In addition to that, it provides domain separation in that it gives separate IP addressing to the items that are behind the network address translation firewall. So by doing that, it makes it, at least in a way, not easy to guess what your IP addresses are. The public IP addresses are published. People can go to DNS, they can look them up, they can figure out what your public IP space is. If you're using those same addresses internally, people can go directly to the machine. So there needs to be that separation. We're not saying that NAT is the only thing that they should do there, but it's one of the mechanisms. So they should evaluate putting that in place, and then they should determine whether or not there are other defense in depth scenarios that should be used in addition to that. All right, then the rest of the findings, findings 8 through 12, all have to do with web application assessments that were done. The web application assessments were done against the actual web pages that the campuses have themselves. So they're a public-facing website. The first one is cross-site scripting. This was the most common web vulnerability that we found, and it was found at 9 of the 12 campuses. In cross-site scripting, basically if I give the web page a set of data, the web page gives it right back to me in the response. So if I handed it a malicious executable, it would hand me back the malicious executable. If I handed a PDF, it's going to give me the equivalent of that PDF back. What happens is a hacker can basically send a malicious link to you via social engineering. So it's entirely a social engineering attack. I'm going to build a link. As part of that link, I'm going to embed a piece of malicious code. You're going to then click on the link. It's going to go to this web page because the link has embedded some additional code that we've talked about. The code gets handed across and then handed back right into the user's browser. The browser might execute that malicious code, and now they have a keylogger on their machine, or they might have some malware now running on their machine, or things like that. So by having that, cross-site scripting vulnerability, it allows then the hacker to lure people to that website that they would normally visit anyway, and get them to click through and infect their machine. The recommendation is basically validate the input. Don't let that go across. The next finding was clear text submission of password. There were several websites that were found that use HTTP for login and password details. So HTTP, unfortunately, is not secure. So if an attacker could get in the right position within the network, they could look at the malicious traffic coming across, they could look at the traffic coming across, and they could pull the login and password data right out of the traffic. So the recommendation is for websites that are using either login information or for sensitive information, move to HTTPS. So SSL or TLS to protect that communication. Finding number 10, session token in the URL. When information like for a logon or for a password is passed, sometimes they'll pass the data back as part of a session token. So I do a request, maybe via GET, HTTP GET. The token is going to come back, the session token, along with the response. Because it's part of the URL string itself that comes back, it shows up in the browser, like in the header of the browser where you can see at the top. It also can be stored in bookmarks. The server itself that it came from or went to, or any proxy servers in between, can also log that information. So sensitive data can be put inside of there. And sometimes hackers will use that token and be able to guess what maybe the next token would be, and they might be able to hijack people's browsers because of that token being known. So we want to move it out of the token, either embed it into a cookie, or if you can put it in hidden components inside of the post, those are better methods. So we've recommended some methods here. The universities would have to go through and evaluate the code of those websites and determine whether or not they could fix that. The next finding 11, SQL injection is pretty well known. If you have a website that ties into a database, oftentimes with like a query field, you can put malicious coding into that query. You might be able to break out of the construct associated with the way the application was written. And they might be able to get execution permissions, or they may be able to pull data out of the database, things like that. So there's a couple mechanisms to try to remove SQL injection issues. You can use parameterized queries. You can use prepared statements. None of them are 100%, but there are mechanisms to kind of try to address it. And then the last one, finding 12, is serialized object in an HTTP message. Serialization provides a mechanism for basically saving and restoring objects, or for sending objects across HTTP. This one's hard to explain. You could think of it as, like, if I had an object on a web page that had a circle, a triangle, and a square, and I want to take those and I want to save them. To save them locally on my machine, I have to serialize them. So I need to be able to define, what did that background look like? That's a container. Do I have a triangle, circle, or a square? So that's another container. For each of those, do I know what the location is of it? That's another container. So each of those are serialized components. They get saved out, they can be transmitted that way, and then on the other side, we deconstruct them and put them back together. So I set up a background. I determine I have a triangle, a circle, and a square. I determine the location and the size of them. But in that transit process, because it was serialized, none of the data inside of there is encoded. So imagine my triangle is actually a credit card number. If I can see that now in the open, I can pull that data out. The second component is, because it's not hidden, I might be able to also change it. So instead of having a credit card number in that triangle, I'm going to embed a set of malicious code in there instead and tell it to execute. When it gets to the other side, depending on how the decoder decodes that serialization, it might just execute that set of data. So the fact that it's just not transmitted securely, I guess, is a good way to put it. So any sensitive data that's sent in the serialized object can be viewed. The attacker can tamper with the contents of what's in the serialization. So our recommendation is, don't use serialized objects. They don't need to do that. There are other mechanisms that are better for sending that data across. So they should utilize those. All right. So a summary of our findings at a high level. We would recommend a set of training, cybersecurity awareness training for the faculty and staff on a yearly basis would be good. We actually have a set of training that's coming up in 2 weeks that we're performing with the university system. Specialized training for the IT staff would be good, specifically on vulnerability scanning tools to make sure they know how to use them, how to integrate them with other tools like ones so they could tie the vulnerability scanner into the ones that pull the patches and then implement them so that that process could be improved end to end. Deploy defense in depth strategies or multifaceted securities where applicable and as adequate. Patch and update processes and automation of that patching where applicable. Social engineering was not part of our test, but it's something that we would recommend at a minimum yearly. A lot of companies and corporations do this on a quarterly basis just to get a better idea of where they're trending and then determine whether or not they need to perform additional cybersecurity awareness training for faculty and staff. One of the breaches that's inside of the components at the beginning of the report was due to social engineering. There was a phishing attempt. Go ahead.
What is social engineering?
Social engineering, there's a couple different approaches to social engineering. You can do what's called phishing, where you target a set of emails out to a group, and those emails have like an embedded link inside of them. The link is usually something like win a free iPad, or it can be even as deceivious as open enrollment has started. Click here to check your benefits, right? And if they know enough information, going back to the open source that we did at the very beginning, so if we knew enough about North Dakota University system, and if you were public enough in, let's say, the way that you handled maybe your health care or things like that, we could say, okay, I know your open enrollment is in November and goes till the end of December. So I could target that time frame, send a message, they click on the link basically comes back, and we're able to capture username, logon data, and maybe get access to their systems. We can also force malware across as part of that link. So phishing is one of them. USB drops is also another type of social engineering. You could do things like, trying to think if there are others that are typical. Phone calling as well. I earlier went to your website because I was looking to see who was on the board. And I noticed, not necessarily for the board, but for the North Dakota University system, all of the people who are associated with it, their email addresses and their phone numbers are out there. So I could randomly start calling phone numbers and say, hey, I'm XYZ, you know, and I'm with IT, and I need to come and put a new, you know, version of antivirus on your machine, or we've had an outbreak, and I, you know, I'm with IT, and I need you to give me your username and password so that I can get into your system and take a look at whether or not you're up to date, right? And you would be amazed. It only takes one person to give up that information, but it happens. So those are the kind of things that we would do in social engineering.
Thank you.
Sure. And the other key to social engineering I'll bring up is we're not trying to get someone fired. We're not trying to identify the weakest link. We're trying to identify who needs training in those type of engagements. So the intent is go out, take a sampling, do a set of training, do another sampling, do a set of training, and then eventually you want the numbers to get down to some reasonably low level. You'll never get them to zero. Typical trends are around 10%. So that's where you'd like to drive it down to. If you can get 1 in 10 people to be the weakest link, then IT can kind of have a better handle on, you know, handling it. If 50 or 60% of your population, though, is the weakest link, you have a problem because you likely have a lot of infected machines inside the network. That's kind of the driver. And then the last point is perform penetration testing as well. So run the vulnerability assessment, but do penetration testing. It gives them an idea of what an actual attacker could do. So sometimes they see the vulnerability assessment, they understand, yeah, I understand I have a vulnerability, but it doesn't mean anything in real world. They don't see that someone could get onto the box, gain admin access, put a pivot point on there, and move to another part of the network, put a pivot point on there, move to another part of the network. So it's good to walk through that exercise so they can actually understand, what does this really mean? How would this work? What would someone do? And at the same time, look at it from their IT perspective of, did you see the penetration? Did you see the scanning? Was any of the data associated with that penetration attempt caught? And if it wasn't, what do we need to change to make sure that it is? So it's a learning process in terms of that type of an engagement. All right. Thank you for allowing me to present the assessment details and findings. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions to Eric about the findings and recommendations?
So I actually find it interesting that in your conclusions and summary of recommendations, you didn't discuss oftentimes the reason people are running XP or older software or operating systems is because of software that they have, or alternatively because of the simple fact that they may have difficulty in replacing particular computers.
Right.
Okay, and these may be computers that a faculty member or staff member uses on a daily basis that are indeed connected to the internet.
Right.
I mean, there are certainly other computers that may be isolated, not even on the internet, that run old software that needs an old operating system.
Absolutely.
Because there's systems that are used in academia that you may not be able to currently use, anything other than XP or some of the older platforms. So I didn't see a recommendation there. And so my curiosity is what is the recommendation? Because clearly that's an important issue.
Yeah, so the recommendation is actually under the deployed defense in depth strategies. I didn't call out specifically XP as part of why we're recommending that, but it would be to deploy defense in depth. Like you were mentioning, specifically within the university systems, a lot of the machines that we found were tied to very specific systems, where the system as a whole relies on that XP machine and for whatever reason can't be upgraded or can't be moved, or maybe it costs them $2 million to upgrade to get to the next version of whatever that is, right? Which is just not reasonable. So the right thing to do then is figure out how to segregate that machine. How can I move it farther into the network? How can I ensure that, the faculty and the staff or the students who need access to that machine can somehow be known? So if I can know who they are, if I can MAC filter, or if I can do 3-factor authentication to get them access to that machine, or something else, let's do that. So it's a defense in depth strategy. You still have the firewalls and stuff that are normally in place to get in there, but we may want to put additional protections in front of that machine before people are allowed to get there. And that kind of goes back to why I was recommending those machines need to be identified, and they need to have policies and procedures put in place specifically for them. There should be a waiver process for that machine, and it should be known. I think we talked about that a little bit, so that you don't want to go looking for that machine later. If you've already identified it, if you know where it's at, and you know that it's running XP, or it's running some version of software that you're not going to be able to upgrade, identify it, get a waiver in place, make sure management is aware of it, and that way that machine can be handled appropriately.
Any other questions?
I have what is best practice for the frequency of a third-party external security audit like this?
Typically yearly is what we like to see. I know there was a proposal, or they proposed doing them every 2 years. I mean, that can be acceptable, but yearly is typical.
And then internally, it's kind of an ongoing basis. I see you have quarterly for the social engineering, but
Social engineering is a little bit different animal, because the hardware doesn't change as fast as necessarily the people might, and you want to influence. The people are harder to keep on track, right? Machines do what you tell them to do. People don't necessarily do what you tell them to do. So you want to keep in front of them with a little bit of an education flair going on. So, occasional emails, occasional training. So for social engineering, we recommend training at least once a year, and some kind of touch point every month. An email, newsletter, posters, whatever that is, to kind of drive the, hey, don't click on that link, or roll over the link, and hey, that link looks funny. They tell me they're with Bank of America, but if I roll over the link, it's not Bank of America, it's some tiny URL, right? It's things like that you want to kind of instill in them. And by doing the assessments quarterly, you can kind of start getting them to see what those look like. So they've seen a social engineering test. They may have clicked on the link, but at least they got some education out of what was that, and someone's touched base with them. The next time it comes around, they're going to have a little bit more data, right? And then it typically trains them as well, and it depends on the corporate culture. I don't know exactly how they open tickets and stuff within the university system, but you want to get that person that if they're suspicious of that link, give it time. It's probably not something you have to answer today or tomorrow. Send it to IT. Let the IT person tell you that it's okay before you open it if you're suspicious of the link. So we want to kind of start training that behavior, right?
So I have a really simple question. So there's a lot of information here and a lot of things that non-computer people don't have a clue about. But the reality is, what I want to know is, where are we as a system in the IT cybersecurity from your findings? Are we pretty good? Are we horrible? Are we great? I mean, where are we on some kind of scale that at least those of us sitting here without that background sort of have an idea of where are we? Have we made improvements? I mean,
well, I don't know
that's an important assessment, and I don't get a feel for if this is horrible information and we should be terribly concerned, or this is pretty standard. There's some things, but we're on top of it. So where are we on that spectrum?
Okay, good question. I would say the assessment, from my perspective, is about middle of the road in terms of what I would have expected from the colleges. The items that are highlighted inside of here are critical items. There were a lot of there were a lot of findings that did not make this report. So yeah, if you look at that, there's a lot of data that we provided to each of the campuses that had nothing to do with things that we would consider critical. All of the items inside of this report should at some stage be addressed. So I would expect, and the university systems and the campuses have been going back, and some of these have already been addressed, especially the ones with like default username and password, the ones where we found PII. Those were brought up with them right away, and we were able to go back and verify that they had corrected those, and that those specific applications are no longer accessible. In terms of the other thing that I'll say is some of the campuses are doing much better than others. So it's one of those where it's not easy to necessarily compare an apple to an apple, because you have North Dakota University that's very large, and you have a Mayville that's very small, right? The IT staff might not be the same. The number of machines within the network is quite disparate. So it's kind of difficult sometimes to compare one to the next. But I put together, there's a sheet that I have that kind of lays out the 12 findings and which actual universities are associated with each of them. Like I said, some of them did really well, specifically against these 12 findings, others not so well. But some of that has to do with, like I said, size of university, number of machines, number of things they have going on. So it's hard to directly compare them like that.
I have a question. And thank you for the report so far. To kind of bounce off Eric's previous question a little bit with a more concrete example, we had obviously the data breaches that occurred over the past few years. If these recommendations were to be put in place, would they have potentially prevented the data breaches, for example?
Potentially.
And that's a hard question to answer, but.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly how, in the two where it was a hack, one was a hack and one was malware, they might have, I don't know the exact nature of how they got in both of those instances. We discussed them some with the auditor, but that data was not shared with us.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure, but the answer is maybe, probably. In terms of the one that was social engineering, it wouldn't have done anything. What we did would not have impacted that in the slightest.
Thank you.
Follow-up question, and this may be for Chancellor Scogin or perhaps Dr. Feldner. And I guess my question is just within each institution, do we have the resources to adequately address these issues? Because all of these things, would appear to require follow-up and follow-through, and I guess kind of as a second to that is a lot of the security function something that we do? Is it a centralized function, or is it something that should be at individual institutions?
Okay, now you have to start with, what was the first part of the question?
The first part was just whether or not we have adequate resources to address all of these concerns and follow through and.
I think at some of the campuses, no, so that definitely means we need to help with system resources. In our budget request to the legislature that was approved by in the governor's executive budget, there is about $1.5 million to do more security. And that means, in addition, we've restructured our security team to better help campuses. And this audit has been very helpful to us. I want to thank the auditor's office, and Don has always been great to work with, and Eric's group for helping us with this, because when you have a system-wide assessment like this, it allows you to take a step back, look at where do we need to focus and how do we mitigate all of the concerns. So this is a great baseline for us to begin, and I think that the next time around, the next scan will probably include the penetration testing and social engineering and whatnot. So this is our baseline. We have these findings to jump on, and have, as Eric mentioned, the campuses have mitigated the really extreme problems already. Our security officer, Brad Miller, went with Eric to all of the campuses so that we were aware how they were doing it and what things were happening. So right along with the campuses, then Brad went back to help secure all of these systems. So it's got to be a team approach between the system and the campuses working together to mitigate all of this.
Just a quick observation. Any large organization, you go through leadership changes and you have interim people in charge, and that's very appropriate. It's a best practice. With IT, we had an interim CIO for way too long, and there's a certain price that you pay for that. The other thing, part of the problem when you talk about Windows XP, for example, is good enough. The functionality and features are good enough, but it's not good enough from a security standpoint, and that's what we have to get across to people.
I agree.
Any other questions or comments? Don, Eric, anybody else on Team Kimball that wants to say anything?
One thing I thought I'd mention, there's been several questions about the social engineering and the future audits. And like I said, on the state side, we've been doing this for 4 years, and 3 times, we had the vendor launch social engineering attacks against the state. And as Eric said, typically you're looking for that 10% of the people. We've always fallen in that 10 to 20% range of the people that have fallen for it. No matter how much training you do for your staff, 10 to 20% of the people are going to fall for it. They can come right out of a training course, go back to their computer and click on a link they shouldn't click on. I mean, it's just the nature. What we've focused on is how the IT responds to that. Do you have an incident response team? Do you have a notification structure in place? When somebody does notice that there might be a social engineering attack, who do they go to with that? How quickly is that broadcast out to all the campuses so everybody's aware of it? What do you do on the back end to investigate who received that email, potentially did click on it, follow up with those people? Had that been in place with that one social engineering attack you had, that might have been mitigated before those paychecks were taken, because there was a several week time span, I believe, between when that attack was launched and when those paychecks were taken. Had this structure been in place, we could have mitigated that a little bit. That's what we've tested with the state. The state, under Lisa's leadership when she was the state CIO, put a very good structure in place. I think that's one of the things that's not in this report, but would be my personal recommendation to the university system, is to really look at getting that structure in place across the whole university system so that the users know who to contact, that there is that sharing of that information with all of the campuses so that everybody's aware that when there's an attack happening and there's that proper back-end investigation to find out, how deep this go, who got caught on it, who potentially got caught on it, and then shutting down the link to wherever that's going so we can protect future users from doing that. Within the state, the last time we did the audit, it was about a half hour, before the ITD had been notified, investigated the incident, found out, yep, this is malicious, and shut down access to that account. So yes, we got 10 to 20% of the users in that half hour, but they pretty quickly shut it down and prevented any further access to that. In this case, it was the vendor, so it was not a malicious attack, but what could have been a malicious attack.
Thank you much, Don and Eric, for your report. And I was hoping you could bring Dr. King up here and he could stand up here and take the bullets from us, but we'll let him sit in the back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item of business is my report. Yeah, Larry?
Mr. Chairman, could I recommend we break for lunch?
Yeah, we're going to do that.
I think
my
they're
report
already
will be too lengthy, and everybody knows I'd go on and on about 45 minutes, so we'll stop with that. And lunch is served on the 4th floor, room 436, and we will reconvene at 12:45? 12:45. Okay, thank you, Dave. I'd like to call this meeting back to order as soon as Dr. Hagan sits down. Okay, I'd like to preface some of my remarks by saying a special thank you to our past chair, Dr. Dietrich, for her 4.5 years of leadership and service, her special commitment and dedication that she gave to us as the chairman of this board. Dr. Dietrich dedicated countless hours to the board and was especially important to our development of a new vision, mission, and strategic plan for the university system. However, it became apparent to her that she may not be confirmed, so she wanted to step down. It was her personal decision and one that we deeply respect. It shows what type of leader she is, always trying to keep the focus on what's really important, our students. A search has already begun for her replacement on the board, and I'd like to personally thank Dr. Dietrich for her commitment. I'd also like to thank Don and Carrie for your presence at the hearings for the 3 days that the hearings were held, especially to Mr. Morton for presenting the opening remarks as chairman of our Budget and Finance Committee to the House Appropriations Committee. I'd also like to thank all the presidents and Lisa and Laura for your testimonies and congratulate all of them on the professional way they made their presentations. To Dr. Skogan and the university staff for their hard work. It was very much appreciated. One of the first things I'd like to do is have you look at our committees, and we are going to have to fill some of our committees with some empty spots. And at this time, I'd like to announce that Dr. Milliker will fill in the Audit Committee and also the Budget and Finance Committee. I'd like to congratulate him on the confirmation hearing that he had yesterday. Very positive, and Dr. Milliker did a great job. Another committee that we have, and a committee that I also serve on, is dealing with the governor's matching fund budget. And Kathy, I'd like you to give a report on that, please.
This is the North Dakota Challenge Fund match. It was put in place, just to remind you, by the 2013-2014 legislature. The Challenge Fund was put in place by the 2013-2014 legislature. They allotted $29 million, and it was a 2-for-1 match. Terry and I served on this committee approving applications from all of the colleges. So $29 million in state funds was matched 2-to-1. For every $2 of private money, the state contributed $1 to each of the programs. The way it was broken down, $10 million to UND, $10 million to NDSU, and $1 million to each of the other remaining 9 colleges. Just some highlights. If you put this together, all of the money was set out. That was $29 million in state, $58 million in private dollars, for a total of $87 million was allotted to each one and was given out to each of these schools. From the time period was July 1st of 2013 to December 31st of 14. A fabulous program. It really, just some of the highlights from all of the presidents gave comments back. Minot State, Dr. Shirley, I think I have notes that your funding, your giving increased 100%. That's pretty impressive. Mayville State, Gary, I think I have that you're giving, the prior year was $738,000, and with this challenge fund, the gift private funds went to $2 million. So these are just some of the highlights of some of the giving that went. At Lake Region, one donor was donating $1,000 to a fund. When they found out that there was matching dollars, she upped that to $25,000 as a pledge over 5 years. So $1,000 was up to $25,000. If I'm right on that, Dr. Darling? Okay. I just look at some of these. I guess Williston State's probably my favorite one. We had a wonderful program there where funds were given to provide a 2-year scholarship to every single Williams County high school graduate to attend Williston State College. And this was made possible. It's the Alva J. Field Trust, and matching dollars allowed for this to happen. For 2 years, all the tuition, books, and fees are paid for every student who graduates high school in Williams County. They're just tremendous programs. I think I had a note here that at Lake Region, your giving was up 4 times your prior giving, thanks to the challenge. That's incredible. Every one of the colleges and universities provided examples, but those were just a couple of them. I think it's a great program, and we hope to see the legislature allocate funds again for the next biennium. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next item deals with the Chancellor's report. Dr. Scogan.
Chairman. I'm going to be really short today. We've got a lot of institutional reports today, so most of what I might have talked about will be talked about in much more detail by the presidents. First, I would like to thank Bismarck State College for their hospitality. We appreciate the lunch very much, and the continued service of providing the streaming, which really opens us up and makes us more transparent, I think, than anybody else in the state. And I individually to the board members, this is my first rodeo in this position during a legislative session. There's so much going on and so much information, and I'm not really sure how much I ought to be dishing out to you, because these bills come up and they're fast and they're furious, and a number of staff are testifying. So if you have any ruthers about this, if you would let me know. We're going to have a report, a legislative report here, quite detailed, that General Sogsveen and Laura Glott will give here in just a minute. But if there's a kind of information that you would like to be getting from me individually, or you think the board, and I know Mr. Shaft has done this many times, if there's kinds of information that you would like to get from me, please let me know, and I'll make sure I'll push that information out. I just don't want to be flooding you guys with so much, because it's all happening so fast and furious right now. And that would be it. Sir, we'll turn it over to the institutional reports then.
Thank you, Dr. Scogan. At this time, we'd like to start our institutional reports. And I think we'll start with the 2-year schools. Because I've already promised Dr. Richmond he got to be the last one to testify last week. So I said, you're going to be the first one to give a report here. So Dr. Richmond and North Dakota State School of Science.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to share some news from NDSCS. I've spoken to you in the past briefly about our retention efforts. I have some new data here for you. As of this morning, our retention for this year is running at 85%. So I believe our student success processes and practices that we have recently implemented has our campus focused on the following. Student orientation, helping students to transition from high school to college. Student assessment, testing them, assessing their academic and mechanical abilities prior to getting into programming. We've increased our advising, we've increased our career counseling, we've increased our tutoring, and we have increased our student engagement opportunities. not only in the classroom, but also outside of the classroom. And I think the results that we're seeing going from 2 years ago, 63, to last year, 71, to currently running at 85% is evidence that our focus is working. As you look deeper into the retention data on our campus, you will see what we call program retention. Program retention is currently running, as of this morning, at 76%. And you ask, what's the difference between campus retention and program retention? Campus retention is they're staying on campus. Program retention means that they're staying in the program that they were enrolled in the first day of classes in the fall. And that's really, to me, the critical piece of data that we needed to be able to drill down to, and a critical piece of the data that we need to focus on. Because it's students that change programming that increases their cost and increases the time to graduation. And if we can reduce that number, so what are we running? Roughly about 9% difference. And that's our focus right now, is how can we work on that 9% that's coming to us, getting into a program and then having to change programming for various reasons. That's what we're trying to focus on right now and improve upon. So where are we needing improvement on our campus? It really gets down to our campus capacity. 2 years ago, we knew and assessed our NDSCS Wahpeton campus to be at 75% capacity. And the way that we measure capacity is the faculty load within a department, the faculty seats, the number of student seats that are available in that, and the shop and the equipment space. We have that calculated out that we can have X number of students for every single program. And like I said, 2 years ago, we were running at NDSCS Wahpeton at 75%. This year, we're running at 80%. But we still have a 20% under capacity. And what we have identified there, they are in selected programs. We have 7 different construction programs of various types, our manufacturing programs, our IT programs, and our business programs are where the vast majority of that 20% under capacity enrollment lies. We've been talking with the department chairs for 3 or 4 years on how can we do better, how can we make more of our programs sustainable as we look forward. Next week, I will roll out a plan, an initiative, that is going to cause faculty and staff to look at things differently. It's going to cause job descriptions to be rewritten, and it will cause a different structure of reporting within the academic side of the house, if you will. All of these efforts are to generate more graduates. You look at our recent placement report, 7 job postings for every graduate. Well, that ratio is it's out of whack. We need more graduates to get that better in line. And it's in those programs that I mentioned that we need to do that in. So the program next week will help to start to address that. We're going to be adding resources. Our academic department chairs, we've added accountability reports, we've added financial reports over the last several years, and we've not provided them the administrative support. So we have some very knowledgeable, very high individuals doing clerical work, and we're going to reduce that workload for them so that they can focus on student learning. We're going to add 2 outreach specialists to work in the area of career awareness in those focus programs area to help attract more students into those specific program areas. And we're going to readjust the department chairs and the academic dean's priorities of their job description to focus on partnership development and external funding. That is the way we believe we can increase our enrollment in those programs. With our retention efforts, we know that once we get them into the pipeline, we stand a very high percentage chance of getting them to graduation. So this isn't about making NDSCS bigger, it's about producing more of the product that we produce, highly skilled, knowledgeable workforce and technicians. But it's going to cause some, anytime you make change is easy. Making changes is easy. Making improvements is challenging. And we'll have varying degrees of acceptance with this new plan. There'll be some that are anxiously awaiting for it. There'll be others that will be cautiously waiting to see what it means and how it impacts them. And there will always be those that will be very resistant to what we are rolling out next week. So that's what's happening on our campus currently. I'd be happy to entertain any questions, Mr. Chair.
John, that was very good. It's always helpful to hear some challenges that the campuses are having too. And I know that's sometimes tough with open meetings because you don't want to, because sometimes the press does have a tendency to sometimes misinterpret, but thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of Dr. Richmond? Don't let him off so easy.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I want to remind the board that Dr. Richmond has an important basketball game to get to tonight, along with Dr. Brashani.
Yes, we do.
The next one, Lake Region State College, Dr. Darling. Dr. Darling, my sympathy to the Burkhart family for the loss of John. He was a good friend of mine.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. And as some of the other board members may not know, he was a winning basketball coach that we had many years ago, and a real pillar in the community in terms of athletics. So the community is still in mourning. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a quick update. And you already stole my thunder because I was going to talk about the fundraising that we did this past year. Our foundation normally averages about $450,000 per year, and with the challenge grant funding, we raised $2.2 million in just a little over a year. The dates were July 1 to December, but by the time the rules came out, it was October or November before we could really start. So we were just thrilled, and I'm just hoping we didn't tap everybody out the first go-around because I'm hoping they'll refund it again. Dr. Richmond mentioned some retention numbers, and we just uploaded our data to iPads for the next year, and we'll have increased our retention by 10% this last year, from 42% to 52%. And we're doing very similar things because a lot of the things that we're doing are nationally known best practices, like NDSCS. The thing that's in common is they all take people, because we've increased advisement and are doing what we call proactive or intrusive advising. We've increased the number of tutoring services, and we've increased and revised our developmental coursework so that they can get that done quicker, to retain them the quicker time to degree. So we're excited about those things. And we're seeing some, I don't know if you want to call them side effects, but our athletic director gave me the GPA for our athletes. And campus-wide, the GPA of all teams is 3.33 this year on a 4-point scale. Our women's basketball team, we're at a 3.6 again. The last time they had a GPA that high, they actually got an award for the highest GPA in the NJCAA. So we're excited about that. Our residence life director said in the residence halls, their average was 3.1. So we're seeing more retention, we're seeing the students doing better in class, and we're excited about those things because those things all add up to more student success. Hopefully, some of you saw in the media in the last week or so, one of our professors has published a new biology textbook that's being made available free to all of the students in her biology class, as well as anybody else that wants to use it as an open educational resource. And we're excited about that. We've got 2 of our general education faculty now that are using open resources, and there is no textbook cost to students. So we're excited that we found the opportunity to be able to try some of those. One of the things that we're concerned about, and as we're looking at concerns for the coming year, is we just submitted our grant application to renew funding for our TRIO Student Support Services project. And we've been lucky enough to have funding for the past 15 years for that program, but that's a key component of our student retention. It funds tutors, advisement, intrusive advising, and a number of those other things, and the federal funding has been flat to declining. And in the last go-around, there were a couple of campuses in the university system that didn't get refunded. So we're concerned about being able to maintain those services to our students if we're not funded in this round of funding. And we won't find that out till much later this year. So we're watching that and basically building a plan B on what are we going to do if we don't get that federal funding, so that we're we know we're going to have to provide those services in some way, shape, or form, especially if we want to keep our retention rate moving in the correct direction. And I'll stop there, and I'd be glad to address any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Darling?
What are some of the challenges? So what, you've went from 42 to 52%, which is a really nice change. Have you had a longitudinal increase over time, or, and do you think this 10% change you're going to be able to build on in the next few years with these increased efforts, or does your TRIO funding really put some of these gains perhaps, I want to say in jeopardy, but make it more difficult to maintain?
You asked several different questions there. I'll try. Longitudinally, our retention rate has fluctuated up and down from about 40 to 50%. And so we're starting now, the last 2 years have seen an increase. And particularly this year, as we implemented some of our strategies to really look at increasing retention and completion. And core to that has been the services provided by TRIO. So that will, if we don't have those resources to continue providing that, it's going to be very challenging for us to do that without the federal funding and still increase retention and graduation. You need to remember, and I'm not going to go deep, but IPEDS only looks at first-time, full-time freshmen for retention. And so that, for our campus, is less than 25% of our total student enrollment. You know, so we've been looking at retention campus-wide and being able to deal with that. So it's going to be challenging, and it takes people to do the advisement. You know, we've had to work, our faculty are incredible advisors, but we've had to provide additional support so they can spend more time advising students, not just meeting with them once a year to plan their schedule for the next year, you know, but to be in touch with them within the first 2 weeks of class to make sure they know who their advisor is, who they can go to for help, being in touch with them at early warning time, being in touch with them at midterm, and then lining up to advise for the next semester. All of those things take time and support in the background. And again, the tutoring services, we've had to hire additional tutors. So we're concerned what the level of funding will be from TRIO, if any, on what that'll do to our efforts. But anyhow.
Thank you.
All right.
Anybody else? Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Nadolny, Williston State College. They have perhaps the best junior college player in the nation at Williston, and some of you people that have sons that are coaching should know that he's a Division I player. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the plug. For the past 5 years, Williston State has struggled in a hyperinflation environment, so today I'd like to bring to your attention 3 fiscal struggles that revolve around self-support programs, capital projects, and cash flow, and this is probably the worst time to bring a testimony like this forward given North Dakota's revenue forecast, which was just released today and adopted by the legislature, which is a significant decline. Housing, bookstore, and cafeteria are self-support programs under tremendous strain. Our bond rating for our residence hall last week, I believe, Laura, went from a triple B to a double B. We're still well above Russia. Williston State's lost a significant funding source in Dixon Hall. Our salaries are double that of other colleges, and even with occupancy rates over 80%, residence life is not breaking even. Our cafeteria is breaking even, but we have quality issues that result from scaling back. Our bookstore lost money last year, but as a result of a special book scholarship through the foundation and a downsizing of staff, I believe the bookstore will find itself back in the black this year. In regard to capital projects, Williston State has operated over 5 years in a hyperinflation environment where extraordinary repair dollars and deferred maintenance dollars are distributed without consideration of inflation. Williston State costs are often as much as 50% higher than the rest of the state. Train&D is currently short $1.2 million, which will be discussed later, to complete its capital project. Cash flow. Williston State continues to face serious cash flow challenges. Today we operate with 10 fewer positions than last year. I check cash balances, bank statements on a weekly basis. The state board approved $2.5 million for fiscal stabilization, but was not included in the governor's budget. Wilson State now has a $2.5 million obligation to the Bank of North Dakota for our Train ND facility. With the downturn in oil prices and Wilson State's lack of cash flow, I am concerned about a downturn in Train ND revenue. In conclusion, Wilson State needs to accelerate shared services with UND. To do this and to become fiscally stable, Wilson State again requests your support in working with the legislature to ensure that we receive the $2.5 million in fiscal stabilization and the $1.2 million to complete our Train ND project, but also for the university system support in making this a priority. Thank you.
Any questions, Ray? Thank you very much, Ray.
The team's ranked 19th.
Okay. President Clark, Bismarck State College.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I saw Williston State play last week against our Mystics, and it looked like they had more than one Division I player, in my opinion. So thank you for this opportunity to report a few items. Today is the last day of the 36th Annual Energy Generation Conference in downtown Bismarck at the Bismarck Event Center, which is the newly expanded Civic Center. And the event has drawn over 2,000 workers in the energy field. We have, with the expanded space we have over 300 vendor exhibitors, and they are from 18 different states. It's a major event, a major economic development activity for the city, and we're very proud to be associated with that particular conference. We have three major capital projects currently in progress, and you can't miss on the corner of Edwards and Schaefer Street. You can see the Communication and Creative Arts Center project under construction. That's due to be completed this summer. That is on budget and on time, and so we look forward to that new addition to the campus. But we're also finalizing the renovation of our student union. That'll be wrapped up this spring. It's been a great, it's a new Mystic marketplace, so we've provided more food options for our students, and the feedback from that's been very positive. And then we've started construction on 2 apartment units for student housing. Student housing's been an issue here at BSC over the last number of years. We have 100% occupancy. We know as we track students who matriculate to BSC, if we can't provide them housing, we don't always follow through on registration of those students, simply because there hasn't been affordable housing in the community. And so we think that's going to be a great addition. Now that is owned by our foundation. It's not college owned. So the first unit is scheduled to be completed in August of this year, and then the second unit in time for the spring semester. It'll add 128 beds to the 300 we currently have on campus. We're a little over 2 weeks into this spring term, so we're a little less than 2 weeks from 4th week enrollment. As of this morning, we're down 2 students compared to spring of last year, and we continue to track where our career and technical education credits are increasing. Our liberal art transfer credits have been in decline, and so we are looking at strategies relative to attracting more of the liberal arts student, and the high point for us was 2011. And so since that time, we've seen some decline in our enrollment. We're still very strong enrollment and third largest in the university system. But we're looking at strategies, especially on the liberal arts side, to deal with that situation. And so that's all I have to report, Mr. Chairman, and be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions at all? Yeah, thanks for the Energy Symposium has taken all the car rentals out of town, so.
Yes.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you. Dakota College of Botano, Ken Gross is having eye surgery today, or he's completing it, and I'll let Dr. Shirley start with Dakota College, and you can finish up with Minot State.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Mr.
And
Chairman.
congratulations to Dr. Shirley on his little baby boy.
Thank you.
1 pound, how many ounces?
1 pound, 11.5 ounces last week. So
he's going to be hospitalized for a little while, but our thoughts and prayers are with Jennifer and little Will.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, little William Jerome was born a little early last. He was due late April, and he came last week. So a little early, but he's doing well. Thank you. So pardon me if my mind's a little not completely here right this second, but it mostly is. A couple of things. First off, from Dakota College Botano, Ken shared a few things he'd like to have me relay with you. Dakota College Botano started a new program with the International Peace Garden, a new curriculum in their horticulture program, really a perfect fit with their mission at DCB. We'll provide new intensive hands-on internship experiences for students at DCB up at the International Peace Garden, and the target date for the initial class to really fully launch with this is in fall of 2016. So they're finalizing details on this, but an exciting opportunity with a world-class facility such as the Peace Garden for DCB students. The campus at DCB is also close to realizing 2 significant grants, totaling about $300,000 that will go toward their entrepreneurial center for horticulture. They had a nice groundbreaking on a new facility last fall. The grants will allow them to reach more producers and increase the visibility of vegetable production industry within the state of North Dakota. Last summer, DCB opened in conjunction with the Botano Economic Development Corporation, they opened a new child care facility on the DCB campus. It's on DCB soil. It's a joint venture. That has capacity for 52 children in that facility. That's filled to capacity. It just opened this summer. I had a chance to tour that last fall. It is a state-of-the-art, beautiful facility, and really a nice example of a joint collaboration between the campus, the Economic Development Corporation there, the city of Botano, and so forth, and really filling, you all know the shortages with child care and so forth, but certainly filling a major need there in Botano. One issue that Ken wanted me to share with you, and Ray Nadolny referenced this a bit a couple of minutes ago, but with turnover, and Botano has also experienced some issues with turnover, and particularly in their business office and within their fiscal affairs over the last year and a half. Their head of fiscal affairs resigned about a week before classes started this past fall, and that left them in a bit of a lurch and a little bit of scramble mode. They replaced that person in October, and certainly in catch-up mode here, and continue to be. But that turnover issue that we've seen throughout the state, certainly Botano has not been immune to that either. So I'll stop with that on Dakota College Botano, and if you do have any questions, I'll try to answer them as best I can.
Any questions? Dr. Scogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If President Shirley doesn't mind, and I'm blindsiding you here, so just say you don't mind.
I do not mind,
Okay,
Chancellor.
thank you. I testified at a committee hearing the other day, the Senate Education Committee. Senator Dave O'Connell had submitted a bill to provide funding for the student union and the residence hall up at Dakota College. And just so the board knows, there are some real issues at Dakota College with the residence hall and the student union, things that we would call auxiliaries. And what is historically these have been handled by the board by allowing campuses to use student fees through bonding and so forth to do this. The problem that Dakota College has is they don't have the numbers, and it would be very, very expensive to do a $4.5 million renovation of the residence hall up there and then charge that out to the residents because there's so few of them. And so we had a very good conversation with the legislators about it. I don't know where that's going to go now. The bill was to take the performance funding that was given last year to the State Board of Higher Ed and to use that funding for this project. I, of course, said we had other plans for the performance funding, but I certainly was hopeful that the legislature could help Dakota College out in some way. But this is a challenge for Dakota College. Small campus, very small numbers, and if we continue the policy, which I think is the right policy, is that student services are paid for by students through fees, then that creates a problem for the smaller campus, and Dakota College is a living example of that right now. So.
And if you do have a chance to go through those residence halls, which I'm sure you have, there certainly is a need there, no doubt about it.
Okay, Dr. Shirley, continue.
Sure. For Minot State University, a couple of things to bring to your attention. President Richmond was speaking a bit ago about retention, and Minot State has had a nice progression following the flood of 2011. First-time full-time freshman to sophomore retention dropped following that flood year, and has slowly now been working its way back, and have had several years of progress with that. A number of new things have been put in place, particularly regarding the freshman year experience and some new tutoring and advising issues and common programs and so forth, community learning programs and so forth. One of the issues that we're really focused on right now is on advising and on professional advising, academic advising. And so this upcoming week, next week, we're bringing in two consultants to really, external consultants to review the advising processes at Minot State University. This is an area where we think collectively as a campus we can continue to make some progress, and we think that this is certainly is an important piece to the overall retention of student academic success and so forth. And so within our colleges, College of Business and College of Education and Health Sciences and College of Arts and Sciences, we've got kind of some different models for advising that we currently do. And so we're bringing in these folks to take a look at these different models and try to figure out what maybe is a best practice that we can take advantage of. So we're certainly working on that piece as well. Later in the month of February, the third week of February, we will have our business program. External review team for accreditation will be on campus. It's our 7-year review cycle for accreditation. Minot State University is accredited at both the master's level and the undergraduate level in business through the International Assembly for Collegiate Business Education, and so we've got that review coming up in February. I'm pleased to report spring enrollment. Again, we've got, as Dave Clark mentioned, a couple of weeks yet before numbers are finalized, but as we stand today, our enrollment spring over spring, compared spring of 15 to spring of 14, we're up right at about 50 students, so that's just under 2%. If that holds, and we think certainly over the next 2 weeks that should hold, that'll be the first time in 4 years that our spring enrollment has been up. We've been down over the last several years, and we've put in place a number of things to work with new transfer students and so forth, and we think hopefully some of those initiatives are paying off. So I'll be real pleased if we can report for the first time in 4 years having growth in our spring enrollment, and that's certainly something we've been focused on over the last number of months. Finally, capital construction project update, our new press box suites, concessions at our football field. It's a $4 million project that is on time and on budget to be done on April 15th this year, and so that is ticking away quickly, and we want to have that project done for our spring football game, and so we're excited by the progress with that project. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Shirley? Steve, our thoughts and prayers are with your wife. And
thank you very much. I shouldn't have said that. My mind is fully here right now. I shouldn't have started with that.
Your boy's name?
William Jerome, so he's named after my father.
I saw you. Will was going to be his nickname.
Little Will, yes, exactly. Yes, willpower.
I was a little disappointed. I was a little disappointed you didn't name him Terry.
Terry was a close second, so thank you.
Dr. Hagan, Mayville State University. I had a visit with one of your alums, Gary, Chuck Gremmels, and I found out he's a good friend of Tom Brokaw.
Yeah, they grew up together.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Baseball in the sand lot together.
One of the few highlights of Mayville State, I imagine. Tom Brokaw's a friend of mine.
And one of our failures not getting him to come to Mayville State and be our commencement speaker. But, well, Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak about our campus, because our campus is also your campus. And we have a lot of good news, but first the sad news, in case you didn't hear, one of our students, Matt Holland, passed away on his 19th birthday. Complications of seizures. He was quite a young man, and it seemed like everybody on campus knew him. So we did have a prayer service, and we filled the auditorium with students. We tried to keep it private to them, and they got up one by one, and I was quite proud of them. They talked about memories of Matt, and they all laughed, and they all cried, and did a lot of healing, and I guess we'll get beyond it, but for a small campus, that's quite something. Now, we have problems as well. They're self-inflicted, but for the 5th year in a row, our spring enrollment is an all-time record high. Again, we had it in the fall as well, but we're talking about spring now, I guess. We used to have 40% occupancies in our dorms. The last couple of years, we're currently at 93. We've been as high as 97. And our freshman class over the same period of time is up 90%. So when you have high freshman classes, and we got to be concerned about this. And we've been working for the last 2 years trying to figure out something to do, and I guess we'll continue that. But it sounds like a good problem. It is a good problem, but nonetheless, it is a problem. We have to have a place for these people to be. We currently are, what should I say? It's just busy all around campus. We got rid of a lot of our deferred maintenance. As some of you probably know that have been here for a while, our campus we had 40% deferred maintenance. The next worst campus was 20%. So we were twice as deferred as anybody. And we're down to the last time we calculate the same way, about 6% or so. But we used a lot of bonding authority to clean up dormitories and things then, so we don't really have a lot of bond authority left at this point. But we were successful in doing what we wanted to do, and therefore we do have these growing pains. So we're working with that, but that's okay. Board member Nessa talked about the challenge fund, and that was tremendous for us. To put it in perspective, like if we hit our $2 million this year, it looks like that's a lot for us, because for the first we're 125 years old this year. The first 120 years, our total value of our endowment was just under $2 million. So to raise that much in a year is quite a change. So this program was successful, to say the least. And we're excited to see if we can have that happen again. We had an unexpected award. Sometimes we get these awards, the campuses do. You hear about them. We're the U.S. News and World Report Best Online Bachelor's Programs. I see that UND's been in the news for making that list, which was a great accomplishment. We've done that as well, so I just thought I'd mention that. We made one we thought we'd never make. We were on a list of one of the nation's 30 most attractive yet affordable campuses. So it wasn't many years ago we had 40% deferred maintenance. So to get on a list of 30 of the most attractive campuses in the nation yet affordable was quite a surprise to us. But I'll give credit to our faculty and staff and everybody who's worked hard to make that happen. It didn't happen by accident. We worked hard to make that happen. I got a bunch of things I could say, but maybe I've used up my time. I assume maybe we'll do this again. But this is a good thing to do. But I'd be glad to answer questions.
Any questions of Dr. Hagan?
What is your total enrollment now?
We were just under 1,100 this year. Historically, we're in the 700 to 800 range always, so we're getting quite full.
Oh, thank you, Gary.
Thank you for your support.
I would just like to add that I think that's a tremendous accomplishment, what you've accomplished at Mayville as a group over the last few years to get to these all-time enrollments is really something that I think I certainly appreciate seeing from up in Grand Forks as we watch Mayville grow and do some great things down there. So
well, appreciate that. It's been a good team effort. I do appreciate the support we've gotten. We needed some help from the board for approvals for buildings and things. Otherwise, this would have never happened. So It's always a team effort that wins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Valley City State University, Dr. Mason. Welcome again for the second or third time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. It's a great day to be a Viking, so thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very excited, and a month and a half here. And I'd also like to publicly acknowledge Dr. Shirley because he really left a strong foundation. So thank you very much. I know that you all are having a lot of fun ribbing him right now. I wanted to talk just about a couple of things as asked. First of all, in terms of your strategic plan and degrees best in the nation, as you know, we have a lot of awards and recognition for our quality at Valley City State University, included in the 17 years consecutively. What was really fun for me this week is the note I received from President Hammond from Fort Hays State because of our recent recognition as a top Masters in Education Best Value of Online Masters in Educational Instructional Technology. We're number 6 in the nation. Our company is number 1, Ball State, number 2, Indiana University, number 3, North Carolina State University, number 4, Fort Hays State University, and I have thrown down the gauntlet, number 5, the University of Colorado, Denver, and number 6, Valley City State University. Behind us are the University of Missouri, Northern Arizona University, Bowling Green State University, Dakota State University. So as President Hammond said, congratulations. He said it's really time to brag about the great quality at Valley City. In terms of equipping students for success, many of my predecessors here have been, our colleagues have been up here talking about retention, a great story at Valley City State University, and the fact that we have moved the retention needle 15 percentage points in 2 years, which is astounding. Our fall to spring retention rate is at 89% right now, which is after the last data drop, so that should hold. I know it will drop a little bit when we go fall to fall, but it's a good start to continuing to get our enrollment up and our students graduated. And third, when we're talking about our third highlights, I wanted to say, you know, maximizing the strengths of the system is all about the people. And so we are very, very excited and proud that Emma Tufte has been elected to join the State Board of Higher Education when Janice's term is up. So I wanted to acknowledge. Emma, do you want to stand? So from me up. In terms of the lows, I've got to say, you know, everybody's been really having fun with me saying how great the weather has been. But when you ask what keeps me up at night, I've been really grateful for that good weather because it's the deferred maintenance issues are horrendous and very worrisome. Right now, we have tried 5 times to start the coal boiler, and it's not kicked on. So if we really are hit with bad weather, we're going to be in major, major trouble. So that, at this moment, is what's really keeping me up late at night. I guess I don't stand for questions. I sit for questions.
Any questions for Dr. Mason?
Mr. Chairman, if I may point out, too, that the number 1 thing on your list, your capital list, was the replacement of the heating plant at Valley City, and the governor has supported that as well. So hopefully that problem will go away here after this legislative session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tisa. Missouri was the right pronunciation before you changed it to Missouri. Dickinson State University, Dr. Costin.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, occasionally I'm reminded of what it is that we do and why we do it. This week I went there in Dickinson, like all over the United States, there are little coffee groups that get together. And there's one of those that meets in our student center every morning. A number of those would be friends of the chairman. I went in there a couple of days ago. I go in every so often just to check in and find out what's really going on in the community. And one of them said, I haven't seen you since the first of the year. And I want to comment to you that the commencement I went to in December is the best commencement I've been to in 50 years of going to Dickinson State University commencements. The two students that you had speak were truly incredible. I will not go through their stories, but it was two students, a young woman and a young man, who, because of personal circumstances, the only place in the United States that they could have attended college was Dickinson State University. And they proceeded to tell stories, each one tell his or her personal story of what had happened during the time at Dickinson State. And it was truly compelling. Ms. Reichert was there as your representative, and I think would concur. One of those two students is today serving as a lead staffer for one of our United States senators and is working toward moving later to graduate school in law to participate ultimately in public policy. The other is teaching in one of the high schools in Dickinson, teaching English and also leading the drama efforts at that institution. And at least for us, it's nice occasionally to remember who it is we do the things we do, and why we do them. Last week in my comments before House Appropriations, I outlined for them some of the things that have occurred at Dickinson State over the last couple of years and the way we have attempted to manage in a difficult time, both a difficult time because of things that occurred prior to my being there, and frankly, at least in our minds, deciding that we were going to do the right thing. Secondly, the issues related to the incredibly high cost of living and the rapid changes that have occurred in our part of the state. One of the things we have done is over the last 2 years, beyond what was provided by legislative appropriations, we have increased compensation $1.4 million per biennium in an attempt to try to stabilize staffing. For example, our custodial staff, we had to increase compensation by over 40% to begin to reach any level of stability. So that's an increased cost of $1.4 million per biennium that we repurposed. We reduced our operating expenses by $1.1 million. And for everybody, a reference, think in terms of a little over $30 million as a total operation. So you can begin to see the sense. We reduced equipment expenditures in half. And over the last 3 years, we have reduced the FTEs by 54, which is 20% of the staffing. Very little of that has occurred at the faculty level. The majority of that has occurred at the staff level. And like some of my colleagues have said, that creates great stress. And I pointed out to the legislature that a big part of that stress is compliance with regulations, including over 200 regulations that the U.S. Department of Education has put out since 2008, most requiring an annual report. And quite frankly, a lot of new regulations that come from all floors of the state capitol in Bismarck. In other words, in the last 5 or 6 years, we and all of our fellow institutions are required to do essentially one new report per day without reducing any of the ones that have come previously. That creates a challenge. But we have come through this as an institution, the way we managed it, that if you use the HLC's definition of composite financial index and you look at just the institution, we're at 4.45 on that scale. And those of you that have reviewed the most recent financial audit will see that there were no findings related to Dickinson State University. We believe that we have been good stewards both of our academic mission and with the treasure with which we're entrusted. Dr. Johnstead suggested that we talk about the things that keep us awake. The thing that most keeps me awake these days is that from March 2nd through 4th, the HLC is coming to town. The Higher Learning Commission is doing the 10-year accreditation of Dickinson State University the first week of March. We believe that we are in good shape, but there are two concerns that I've got that in most accreditation visits are relatively straightforward and occur fairly smoothly. The first of those has to do with your affiliated foundation. I don't want to go into any details, but I think that will be a much longer conversation than typically occurs. And the second is where I ask for your help, and that is in the area of governance. I remind you that not only do you oversee the university system, but you are the board for each of the institutions, including ours. Some of you will be asked to participate in that visit. We do not yet know. That accreditation team should be letting us know within the next couple of weeks. And we hope you will be able to participate and show support for us. With that, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions of Dr. Costin? Say hi to my friends, your coffee buddies, and your boss, the secretary. She's a good person. Dr. Brashani, you were so anxious to be up here before. I'll call on you. North Dakota State University, congratulations on your 4th National Football Championship in a row. Pretty impressive.
I think the chancellor was just teasing me before. Get up and get ready. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, that probably says it right there. Except for the HP support part, I probably didn't program that into. But there's a lot more to that picture than just the winning an athletic accomplishment that no team in the nation has ever achieved at the Division I level of 4 national championships in football in a row. The national television attention to that, but far more importantly to our state and to North Dakota State University, is what I find the most exciting. Nonetheless, the anecdote that I've heard that sticks with me the most is that our seniors have more national championship rings than games they have lost their entire collegiate career. That's just hard to get your arms around. But it's reflective of a much bigger athletic program that I'm very proud of. Baseball made it to the NCAA tournament last year, made it to the 3rd round. Wrestling put 3 wrestlers, won their weight in the Western region and went on to nationals. There are only 8 weight classes. So to have 3 from one institution is virtually unprecedented. Softball went to the regionals, to the NCAA national tournament as well, beat Auburn. Baseball went to the NCAA tournament, did not prevail against Oregon State, but it was a very exciting game. Track and field put 5 people into the national championships in Eugene, Oregon, and several made early Olympic qualification rounds. What's really exciting about that program, though, is the academic success of our athletes. And I've got a book here I will share with you, but the fun part is go to the last page where it talks about the academics. Much like Lake Region's very impressive showing, our athletes regularly are winning national academic awards as well as athletic awards. We've had in the last 3 years, 2 of the last 3 years, we've had Women of the Year finalists for the NCAA. Every year we have Elite 89 academic finalists. The overall GPA exceeds that of the student body. Over 60 student athletes for both the last 2 semesters have had perfect 4.0 GPAs. There's no Division I program in the nation that I'm aware of anywhere in the nation that can stack up statistics like that, while at the same time currently being ranked as one of the top 10 overall athletic programs in the nation. We're actually tied with Ohio State and the University of Virginia for #1 in the nation overall right now. That will sink spring semester because wrestling and track are not considered team sports, which is what goes into the Director's Cup calculation, and those are perennial powerhouse sports for us, so we, in a sense, get robbed there. But again, what makes this most exciting is the attention it has brought our state across the nation. I took a lot of heckling when I left Texas of going to North Dakota. Now, where is that? Slightly north of South Dakota was my typical answer. That's not the case anymore. People know where our state is, people know where NDSU is at, and that shines a very positive light. The other highlight I'd want to highlight, and this is the one that defies even my own greatest optimism, is our research productivity. 3 years ago, I remember predicting that with the withdrawal of federal funding that we would likely be dropping $3 to $6 million in overall research expenditures. Well, over that time frame, we've actually increased at the steepest trajectory in NDSU history. And the 2014 is reported numbers. Those have not been confirmed by NSF. But typically, any correction NSF has made to us historically has been that we underreported. So that's a pretty strong number and shows a level of success that is very exciting. Again, the attention it's bringing our state. That's based on a lot of private partnerships, collaborations with other major research universities, and those are resources that come from outside of North Dakota and get expended in North Dakota. So that's good business, and it's a fantastic accolade that brings hopefully more accolades. Well, that's enough of the good news. The bad news is, and this is a challenge that, well, NDSU may have the unenviable #1 position in bad facilities. Our sister institution, UND, is right behind us. Valley City at a different level is right behind us. We're facing a 125-year-old campus, and the historic means of renovating and replacing buildings on our campuses is not a sustainable model. As you know, Dunbar Hall, in the middle of our campus, one of our prime core scientific areas, does that look like a top 100 research university chemistry lab? The building has multiple code violations, is a fire and life safety disaster. Thank you for prioritizing it. But the problem is we've got more in the queue. Let me highlight, not just in conditions, but some issues here. As you know, we're your land-grant institution following the A&M model created in 1862. That means agriculture and mechanical arts, or agriculture and engineering. Our largest college, obviously, engineering, followed by pharmacy, nursing, and allied health. Both of those are relatively unique programs in terms of serving state needs. In the case of our engineering complex, that is not some spot we tried to find to impress you with how bad conditions are. That is a typical spot in any of our engineering buildings. We are now under an accreditation warning. We're going to face a real challenge there. I'm not optimistic that the governor or legislature will be sympathetic to this need, which means our state is literally rolling the dice with its engineering program. It's by far largest engineering program. Can we afford to not have an accredited engineering program at NDSU? Sudrow Hall, similarly, is in our accreditation warning. I grabbed this picture because it kind of gives you a hint. This is a pretty modest-sized building built in 1962. The enrollments have more than tripled, almost quadrupled since this building was built, as have the faculty numbers. We're in accreditation warning there. These are conditions in many of the classrooms. We have to literally slide things back and forth to be able to accommodate the current activities. And the Accreditation Association understandably finds that unacceptable. The challenge here is that, again, we're starting to pile on more critical facilities than we're taking care of. Even if NDSU got a building, a biennium, we are falling farther and farther behind. There is some point where there's going to have to be a bold measure, particularly self-servingly perhaps at the two research universities that I believe our state is going to have to take a much more substantial bite at this challenge, or we are going to end our higher education system is going to be in considerable peril. That would end my comments, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Dr. Bashani?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And going from first to last, now you, Dr. Kelly, did an excellent job of starting off the House Appropriations meetings, and appreciate that. Did an excellent job, so Dr. Kelly at University of North Dakota.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to follow on with what Dr. Brashani was telling you. He didn't tell you the whole story, though. Every single person in that first slide that he showed you was carrying a good luck charm. It was a UND hockey puck in their pocket. So just want to say thanks to the board for the chance to provide some information on some of the recent events at the University of North Dakota. I haven't put these bullet points in any particular priority order, so I'll just try to work through some of the information points that I'd like for you to know. Like other schools, the enrollments at UND continue to be quite strong. We have almost 14,000 students enrolled for the spring semester. It marks 4 straight years of increases in retention of students from the fall to the spring semester. Also, as a result of new initiatives in place that promote student retention, UND retained about 80% of last year's freshmen, who are now sophomores. That's up from about 75% last year, and our goal is to exceed the national average for research universities, around 85%. Very proud of the fact that the new UND One-Stop Student Services Shop is in place, contributing to student success and the student experience overall at the UND campus. I'd like to speak to academics at the Research University. UND students are competing and excelling at a national and international level. Our engineering students, for example, earned first place in an international engineering competition recently in Montreal. It was the American Society of Mechanical Engineering. They designed and constructed a brand new generation of unmanned aircraft vehicles. They flew that vehicle successfully in the competition. If you like to spend some time on YouTube, it's worth your time watching them navigate this 78-plus pound unmanned system through a competition course, delivering objects at various points along the course. It was quite interesting to watch.
That didn't land on the White House lawn, by
No. We had nothing to do with that system on the White House lawn. Might mention, too, that the UND Aerobatics flying team just earned their 7th national championship. This is in International Aerobatic Club Championship competition. And for the 2nd year in a row, a student from UND won the E. Thayer Gaston Composition Award from the American Academy of Music. Just this past weekend, UND's Department of Music hosted over 200 high school musicians around the state in the annual honor band and choir event. It was quite something to participate in. Just as a word, since everyone's bragging on their student athletes, we have about 78% of our student athletes on campus with GPAs of about 3 or better. Like to give you an update on some of our faculty activities. They also continue to earn academic and research distinction. A collaborative team of faculty, students in the College of Engineering and Mines, collaborating with the faculty in the College of Business and Public Administration, were invited this year to participate in the National Center for Engineering's Pathways to Innovation program. Building upon the activities of the new School of Entrepreneurship at UND, this team will participate in a national initiative that will incorporate innovation and entrepreneurship into undergraduate engineering education. And in the arts and humanities, faculty and graduate students are showcasing selections for the next several weeks from our UND art collection. This includes works of Rembrandt, Picasso, Dürer, Bruegel, Delacroix. This is at the UND Art Gallery that is partnered with the Empire Theater in Grand Forks. Invite all of you to come. That extends through April 2nd. We are welcoming new faculty across campus. We're recently welcoming a new chair of population health in the School of Medicine and Health Sciences, also a new chair of geriatrics in the School of Medicine. The medical school will continue to recruitment efforts for a chair for the new NIH-funded program in epigenetics. Let me digress for just a moment and share with you some of the challenges that we do have of recruiting at this level. We do have competition across the country. We have to deal with salary compensation levels. We are somewhat low compared to national and regional metrics. We also have to provide some kind of competitive resource for spousal accommodation, partner accommodation. This is challenging for us. In the sciences and technology, we frequently have to compete with larger institutions, with larger medical programs for startup equipment and startup costs. And believe it or not, these can be $750,000 or more. So we are challenged in the event of recruiting faculty at the levels that we want them, especially in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics disciplines. We'll continue to work on ways and means to address those challenges, but they are very real for us. Might also add that we also experience a certain challenge in the recruitment of foreign nationals. We recruit at the international level, especially in engineering, other sciences, and visas, naturalization restrictions continue to involve a lot of time and resource from our university. I think it sometimes discourages international talent from applying for positions open at UND. Critical to the successful recruitment of both students and faculty are the quality of facilities on our campus. The new School of Medicine, Health Sciences, and the law buildings are coming in on time and on budget. The expanded and renovated Wilkerson Hall Dining Center is progressing. We'll be ready for next fall. Footings are being poured for the new Robin UAS Center on the west side of campus, and the High Performance Athletic Center should be ready for use by late summer. Another $1.5 million in gifts for from the UND Foundation, and we'll be able to break ground on the new planned collaborative energy complex. Very exciting facility. It's going to connect the College of Engineering and Mines, the Harold Ham School of Geology, Geological Engineering, the Core and Sample Library across the street, administered in partnership with the North Dakota Geological Survey. This is going to be a splendid facility for our industry here in the state. This will be an engineering complex which, when partnered with the EERC, I think will be the premier center in the state for energy research and education, both fossil-based and renewables. Furthermore, UND will continue to address the priority need for enhanced IT and high-performance computing development within the university system in order to take advantage of the opportunities and enhanced potential for advanced computer science education and for economic development in the state, especially along the Red River Valley and its partnered communities. As you know, this system takes advantage of resources already in place, the Northern Tier Network, the new system IT building, and it will add value to the university system. We continue to focus on directions from you, the State Board, graduation and retention rates of undergraduates, and we also emphasize strengthening excellence in graduate education, research, scholarship, creative work, all competitive at national and international levels. Through such initiatives as our new SOAR program that stands for Strategic Optimization and Alignment of Resources. This is an initiative that will set academic and research priorities and the funding needed to assure growth and success in those priorities. We're positioning ourselves to assertively advance in national academic standings, including increased research expenditures, graduate-level doctoral production, in addition to the quality of education available to all of our undergraduates. And finally, next Tuesday, I'll be giving the State of the University address in which we'll present goals aligned with the 5 major pillars of our new university system strategic plan: retention and graduation, enrollments, research, external funding, and institutional capacity. And the plan builds upon and extends our current strategic plan. We're going to call the new revision Exceptional UND 2020. I'd be pleased to try to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions of Dr. Kelly?
Mr. President, not a question for Dr. Kelly, but a request of Dr. Kelly and President Brashani. We've talked a lot about athletics. You're the two institutions that have D1 athletics, and I've followed this casually, but I understand within D1 athletics they have what's now the Power 5 conference, which has some fairly intricate new options available to D1 schools with regard to how they treat student athletes financially, et cetera. And although we like to hear the anecdotal stories about our athletics teams, particularly at the research institutions, they play a very large role in recruiting and all these things. And I would like, if possible, at one of the upcoming meetings, just to have a briefing for the board on what that new Power 5 means to your programs. Because I know just a little, enough about it, it concerns me moving forward. We've always relied on our athletic programs to kind of stand for themselves, but this is some new uncharted territory, and it's particularly challenging for schools of your sizes. And I think, at least for my own purposes, it would be helpful maybe to know something about that.
Be happy to do that. This is kind of a changing landscape as of this moment, talking about the cost of attendance for our athletes. So as soon as that gets a little bit clearer and we have some sense of what the cost will be to our institutions, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to do that for you.
Yeah, and particularly because you can address it with your premier programs, hockey or football or basketball, but the interesting part is, how does it apply to other athletes, both within the gender sports and then with the Title IX and all that? And I don't know if that's all been fleshed out or not.
No, it has not been completely fleshed out, and Title IX is an issue, and that's where we have to maintain parity. And there is going to be, I think, a considerable cost. Dean might have made some headway on this.
Just, a 2-minute version of a response, and Bob and I can certainly work up something more comprehensive. The other foot hasn't fallen yet, even in the Power 5, because what hasn't been highlighted is that the schools at the economic lower end of the Power 5, they can't afford it either.
Right.
And I don't want to identify institutions, but Ohio State has the largest athletic budget in the nation, so they're the easy one to put at one end of the scale. And so there's going to be an interesting bifurcation, I would guess, even within the Power 5. And then, as Bob appropriately points out, the Title IX implications of this, it isn't just adding cost of attendance for one sport. It's going to be two. Whenever you're doing it, it's going to be double the amount. And the challenge will be, if one school does it, that starts the dominoes sort of thing.
Right.
And
there's some very scary numbers, because I've seen some just rough calculations that would indicate, just depending on how those rules play out, you could find just to provide that cost of education, whatever that gets defined as, to compete head-to-head with other schools. I mean, it's more than your entire athletic budget.
Absolutely, and then you'll get into the bidding war. I think this would be more likely in the Power 5 conferences, but it'll start out as a scooter is required for getting around campus. Then it'll become a car. Then it'll become a nicer car. We're not going to have to suffer that. I don't think Bob and I are looking forward to buying 4-wheel drives for our athletes, but
But
where
it's a
will it stop?
reality, and I think it's something that the board would be interested in knowing about.
It also depends a little bit on what our individual conferences choose to do, and there you're dealing with 10, 12, 14 other institutions, and you have to somehow decide, are you going to play, or are you not? So these are the issues that I think we're wrestling with.
Thank you.
Bob, I think you raised a good point. I think there's going to have to be some creative leadership at the presidential and the athletic directorship level, and there's probably going to be some conference alignment below the Power 5. And I think the NCAA has made a lot of, have really worked hard to keep the Power 5 in the NCAA. They've gone way farther than I ever thought they'd go. What are the chances of the Power 5 eventually breaking away from the NCAA, or is that a dead issue now?
Well, that was why the accommodations were made, were to keep them in, and it's going to, going to what I was saying before, even within the Power 5, you're going to have a group that wants to do something very different. I think the bottom part of the Power 5 is probably going to drop down. The upper part of the FCS is really is about football, is going to buoy up. That's going to become, I would predict, a new level 2. But what happens with the drivers of the Power 5 is scary to me, frankly. It changes the entire dynamic of college sports. They will become pro athletes at the direction they're going right now, or something that's indistinguishable from being a pro athlete, at which point they're not students anymore.
Okay, Eric?
This is a work in progress. I think we're just going to have to see how this plays out. Autonomy has already been given to the Power 5 in so many different levels, and I think the NCAA is looking very, very hard at trying to maintain themselves as an NCAA.
My only point would be, perhaps it would be best to hear from the presidents following your respective presidential conference meetings, where I'm sure this will be a point that will be discussed, because that perhaps will add additional clarity for you gentlemen from your conference level, and discussing this issue with the other presidents within the conference. And I know for both of you, you compete in a couple of different conferences, so you know what might happen in one conference may not happen in another, which adds additional complexity to this issue. So I would suggest that we would have the president speak after their respective conference meetings, and that, at which point I think they'll have a greater idea of what they'll be doing.
Any other questions or comments?
I just have one comment about the process this afternoon. This has been very valuable. And in some of the past meetings, we have had our presidents, which are they're why we're all here, talk for maybe a couple minutes apiece, which is not really give any one of us enough time to assimilate in order to discuss what's happening on their individual campuses. The other response that I would have about this afternoon is it's amazing how positive and how strong we are together moving our entire system forward, and so thank you very much, and hopefully we can continue this in the future.
I would also add, whoever set this room up, I think this should be a best practice. I feel like the presidents are part of the meeting, and I've never felt like that before when they're sitting in the bleacher seats. Wherever we have the meetings, this is great, and hopefully we can duplicate this.
Just to speak for the presidents a little bit, thank you for the opportunity. This is good for us as well.
I apologize to you for dragging down the academic average as a student athlete. I'm sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, we're still working on that problem.
Look at after all those years where he is.
Well, thank you for the president's reports, and like we've had comments, that was very, very instructional and informative, and we appreciate the time you spent, and it's nice to have you a part of the meeting. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, at this time I'd like to have a report from the North Dakota Student Association.
That would be me today.
That's you?
Yeah.
It's not, you're not Zach?
I'm not Zach, no.
Okay.
Zach could not be here. Zachary is our new president. He was our vice president when Connor Swanson stepped down to take position in the state legislature. He automatically moved up through succession. So hopefully Zach will be at the next February meeting so that we all have a good chance to meet him. He was a Minot State student. Now he is UND. So two different schools there. But we did have a very busy NDSA meeting. Hopefully I got all the notes down right. Zach wasn't able to email me everything in time, but we did endorse or oppose a number of legislative pieces. Earlier I said that we opposed SB 2150. I misspoke. We support SB 2150. And as a reminder, and I apologize for misspeaking, again, we ruled on 6 different legislative pieces. I got the number mixed up in my head. But that is the due process, and that was unanimous approval of that from NDSA's body. And then we support House Bill 1233. That is, oh, excuse me, sorry, my bad. That was actually tabled, so we tabled that one. We ruled in support of House Bill 1261, that is the Open Resources Grant Bill. And then we also oppose House Bill 1333 that concerns elections. But the main thing that we were concerned about was the lack of a student election certificate. And that I actually testified in opposition today in the state legislature. If anybody wants any more details about that, I can definitely provide it. And then we also ruled in support of a unified university calendar. There were some discussions amongst the academic affairs and student affairs councils regarding whether or not institutions should be able to set their own calendar. There were a lot of concerns within the students in terms of congruency, especially those that had to take classes from multiple different institutions. So there were a lot of concerns. That's why they said they would not like different calendars between the institutions. But they did seem very open to the idea of an extended either winter break or a January term. So they can possibly either use that for study abroad opportunities, for additional course, basically whatever the institutions wanted to do if you had a 3 or 4 week period in January. Again, this is a relatively new idea, and I would defer to the council representatives for the actual questions behind that. I'm just reporting that NDSA did show a lot of interest in that. And that is the NDSA report. I can try to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Thank you, Chris. Now we have a report from the Council of College Faculties. Fernando.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Today, we are having our Council of College Faculties right here along with the State Board meeting. And so this is a good opportunity for the members to be familiar with what's going on here and meet you. So why don't you please let me ask them to come forward and introduce themselves.
Barb Thorson, Bismarck State College. I'm in the Fine Arts Department.
Greta Pask from Mayville State, and I teach music.
Ernst Banning, Minot State University. I teach history.
Jenny Lou Rusi, Valley City State University, theater.
Keith Knudsen, Dakota State College at Bodno. I am a farm management instructor and part of the Entrepreneurial Center for Horticulture.
I'm Majura Sereko from NDSU in College of Engineering.
Very good. Well,
yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Okay, Fernando.
Very good. No, I was just going to say, you know, we are here to advance the interests of the faculty and to hopefully make this a more cohesive and collaborative system. That's what we're working on, and certainly following the legislative activity. Do you have any questions for us? Anyone?
Appreciate that. Any questions of Fernando?
And of course, Barnon, Eric is also a faculty member, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Staff Senate report, Emma Tufte.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We had our State Staff Senate meeting on Monday via Ivan. There's a few highlights that I want to share from our campuses. We have campus senates who are continuing to work on staff development. For example, at VCSU, they're working on plans to improve staff onboarding and brainstorm ideas for training opportunities. At Williston State College, they're distributing staff professional development dollars. Campus Senate committees are working on bylaws at UND and Minot State. Dickinson State University is holding an open forum regarding budgets and salaries for their staff members. And then there's been a variety of outreach activities that our staff has coordinated on their campuses. For example, Lake Region State College Staff Senate coordinated a food donation drive for the local Hope Center at the end of fall semester. Minot State University is planning a silent auction with proceeds to go to a charitable cause. And NDSU Staff Senate sponsored a Day of Honor on January 12th to reflect on the memories of faculty, staff, and students who have passed in the last year. And then State Staff Senate has been busy. The Legislative Committee continues to monitor bills impacting higher education and state employees throughout the session. And as has already been mentioned, elections were held for the staff advisor position, and I wanted to note we did have multiple nominations for this position, and which was an opportunity for Janice to be able to decline a nomination and see the organization move forward and have a fresh face in that seat. So on behalf of State Staff Senate, I'd like to thank her for her years of service. I believe it's been 4 years, and she also was the first staff member to serve in this role. And as has already been mentioned, I have accepted the position for the upcoming year. So this is the update on behalf of State Staff Senate, and I will stand for any questions.
Are you related to John? John Tufte? No relation?
Name doesn't ring a bell.
Any other questions at all? Thank you, Emma.
Thanks.
At this time, we have some time for public comments. Is there anybody left from the public here that hasn't been up here already? Okay, well, let's take about a 5-minute break and then before we get into business. Okay. I've been told we have to chop, so let's start out with the board business, and our first board business is to elect a board chair until the 30th of June when we have our new board members coming on deck, so that'll be the first thing we do.
You know, it was nice that Dr. Jumstead jumped in today to take over as board chair, interim board chair. We appreciate that. We also had a chance to try him out. So that being said, I would move that we consider Dr. Terry Jumstead for board chair of our university system.
That dies for lack of second.
I don't think so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I would move the nominations be closed.
Second.
That dies for lack of a second. Okay, Christie, take the roll.
We're voting on the nominations being closed, right?
Yep. No.
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Jumstead?
No. We also have to elect a vice chairman. Do I have a motion to elect a vice chairman?
I would make a motion that Kathleen Nesset be our next vice chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for Kathleen to be the vice chairman.
Chairperson.
Vice chairperson, okay. Chairwoman, chair.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Jumstead?
Yes.
She got more votes than you.
Yeah. Kathleen, you are now the chairman.
No, it's not how I heard it.
Okay, on board business, we're going to approve the rules and responsibilities report.
Mr. Chairman, that report was compiled. We had a number of meetings over 2013 and 2014. We had a task force that was set up in 2013. We took the report from 2006, went through that. The major changes to that we discussed last time we were together in this building when we were talking about the roles or the responsibilities of the new chancellor. And so those were reviewed and well vetted at that time. And then the Roles and Responsibilities Task Force came together in December and approved the report that was submitted to all of you with your agenda. And so now I would be submitting to that for your approval.
Any comments or questions?
Mr. President, I guess this would be for Larry or maybe for Murray. In passing the Roles and Responsibilities Task Force report and what we did previously in 2006, what is the report at the end of the day? I mean, it doesn't rise to policy level, correct? Just some clarification on that.
Yeah. Well, from my perspective, the issues that we saw a couple of years ago, often the conversations were about the roles and responsibilities of the chancellor and the presidents and the board and the interaction and all that sort of stuff. So we dusted off the 2006 report, which was again a revision of an earlier report, and so the board has come back to this topic a number of times. And it really is to have the conversation, and I think it isn't a policy, I agree with that, but it does map out those reporting relationships. And so I think it really is a touchstone for the board and for the chancellor and for the presidents. That's sort of an agreed upon reporting responsibilities and reporting relationships. But it is not a policy. But it is a report that there has been this agreement on how those reporting relationships would work.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know if General Sogstein wants to add anything to that.
I would like to just add one thing, that the report
makes a recommendation that policies be amended accordingly. So what I see happening, if the board adopts this, we will go back through the governance policies to make sure that they're consistent and come back, resubmit them to the board.
Okay, and that kind of lent itself to my questioning of where it stood vis-a-vis policy. And it really doesn't relate so much to this specific report, but if it did rise to the level of policy, my concern was that the membership of the committee consisted of 3 board members and 7 non-board members. And just in a general comment, whether it's roles and responsibilities or otherwise, if we're rising something to the level of policy, I think that has to be a committee comprised of just the board. And thus, if this filters up to policy level discussions, then the board will act on those policies. And that's the clarification I wanted. Thank you.
I move we accept Larry's report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Chris? Any discussion? Call the roll, Christie.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes no.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Joumstead?
Yes. Okay, now we'll have the legislative report, an update on state board action. Murray and Laura.
And Mr. Chair, while they're getting set up here, they're going to be using the website, and we now have our own legislative bill tracking on our website, and that's what Laura's going to be using to walk through each one of these bills. And for board members that want to access that, we can provide individual one-on-one training so that board members can go in and check any bill. What is on there is the bill, the language of the bill. When you click on the links, you can get right into the bill. You can see action on the bill. And then any testimony that has been provided by the University System Office or any of the presidents is embedded in that as well, and you can click right on that and you can read that testimony. So it's really a very good aggregation of all of the legislative stuff that's going on that we're tracking. So, so as you watch this, you can see how they're going through it, and we can provide, again, individual training for board members that want to be able to access this information.
Go ahead, Laura.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is the new site that the Chancellor was referring to. A special thanks to Linda Donlin, Chelsea Blake, Chelsea, you want to stand? And Lisa and her team, who have really worked hard to get this functional, especially for the legislative session. Certainly, they'll be willing to provide individualized training if anybody is interested in some, but it's actually pretty easy to navigate. If you see the tab over here marked Legislative, if you click on that, you'll get, this is a list of all the bills we're tracking within the university system, and there's a number of ways you can sort them by, but if you want to see all House bills, you click on this, all the House bills we're tracking would come up, all the Senate bills. You'll also notice down here that you can sort them by the position that you take on the bills. And what we'll be walking through with you now is a recommended position on some of those bills, either a position of support, opposition, or maybe opposition if, unless amended. I mean, you'll see the different categories, but this is just a quick way to sort the bills. Let me just use an example. You know, let's say I just wanted to look up a bill rather quickly here. I'm just going to randomly pick one. I have one of two options. I can either type in the bill number here and hit enter, and it'll bring me to it, or you can hit House bills. They're all in numerical order and sort it that way. If I come to this one and I click on, there's couple pieces of information that would be helpful. One is the bill description, And it's just a brief bill description we write to hopefully simplify the content of the bill. You can see what your position would be once you act on it. You can see which staff people are assigned to it. So if you have particular questions on a bill, you would know which staff person to contact who's working on that. The other nice thing, and I hope I picked one where there's actually some content attached. Okay, that's not a good example. Let me think. What's the tuition bill? 1403, 1303?
1303.
1303. Okay, let me get back and find that one. Because what I want to show you is that as we produce documents, whether it's testimony or fiscal notes, we are posting that information out here so that you can at any time go out, and if you look down here at the bottom, for example, here was the testimony that Chancellor Scogan provided to the committee on this bill, and you can click on it and open it. So it's a good one-stop shop to see what's happening on bills. You can also click, if I can get back, and quickly jump over and find a copy of the bill simply by clicking on the bill number and over here, and then it'll actually take you to the legislative site where you can actually access a copy of the bill. So that's just a quick tutorial. I think it's pretty user-friendly, but certainly if you want training, you can reach out to Linda and she can arrange for that. Our goal today is, I think each of you, or Marie's going to hand out a packet of bills. They're separately color-coded. We are only going to go through the first two sections, so the ones noted on the yellow. And when you see it, you'll note that the ones noted in yellow are the ones where we're recommending a position of support to the board.
Thank you.
The ones on the peach-colored sheets, again, right in the heading, you'll see these are the ones where we're recommending that you oppose the bills. Those are the only two we'll go through today, but also attached on the blue and the white are other bills we are watching, but are not recommending a position on those bills to you today because either they don't currently impact the university system or they impact us in a way where we are neutral, basically. That could change as those move through the session depending on what amendments are attached, but certainly if those change, then we'll bring those back to you at a future board meeting for a recommended position. I think it's our intent to move very quickly through these. So as we do that, certainly if we're moving too quickly and you have questions, please interrupt us because it would be easier to take the questions while we're on the bill than maybe saving them till the end of the discussion. So we're going to tag team this. I'm going to go through a few to start with because they're largely appropriation bills, and then Lisa and Murray will jump in on bills that are more in their area of responsibility. The first one, House Bill 1004, is actually a bill related to, that one shouldn't be on the support list, so we can take that off right now. We're going to skip over 1004. And we're going to change that. 1013 is the appropriation for the land department. It includes $4 million in general fund appropriation for oil impacted campuses. If you recall, there was money appropriated this session for that purpose. That money went to Williston, Minot, and Dickinson, so certainly we're supportive of that $4 million. House Bill 1014 is the Industrial Commission appropriation bill. It has funding in it for the project you approved at UND for the core library expansion of $16 million. We support that. House Bill 1018 is Department of Commerce appropriation. You'll see that our support on that bill is related to the workforce enhancement funding that is included in that bill, which is $3 million in total, and then also $8 million for Research North Dakota, which would benefit UND and NDSU. House Bill 1019 is the appropriation bill for career and technical education. It includes funding of $700,000 for post-secondary grants and $4 million for workforce training. Again, we support those two funded programs. House Bill 1020 is the appropriation bill for ag research and extension. House Bill 1021 is the appropriation for Information Technology Department. It includes $10 million for the longitudinal data system, which is obviously important to us as well. And then also $9.5 million for the Center for Distance Ed, which is largely the distance ed vehicle used for K-12 delivery. House Bill 1025 is the appropriation bill for the Department of Veterans Affairs. That is on the list for support because currently we administer a federal program called the State Approving Agency. If you recall, our budget request transferred that activity to the Department of Veterans Affairs. So we support that transfer of the State Approving Agency. House Bill 1043, this was introduced by the Higher Ed Funding Committee. It would provide $2.5 million in general fund to freeze tuition rates at the two-year campuses only. As you might recall, your budget request included a tuition freeze at all campuses. This would only fund a tuition freeze at the two-year campuses, and it's also about $270,000 short of what's needed. But Representative Sanford, who is a prime sponsor on this bill, is aware of that. House Bill 1044, again introduced by the Higher Ed Funding Committee, would appropriate almost $31 million to do two things. It would increase the per student annual award for the need-based state grant program from $1,650 to $2,000 per year, and then also increase the per student award for the merit-based scholarship from $1,500 to $2,000 a year. It's interesting because in the board's budget request, you sought an increase from $1,500 to $2,500 on the scholarship program. So this is a little less on the scholarship program, but on the state grant side, it's actually a little bit more of an increase than what's in the board's budget request. But either way, of course, we're supportive of more aid to students. House Bill 1025, again introduced by the Higher Ed Funding Committee. We support that, and I think it's safe to characterize this as cleanup language that we support dealing with the authorization regarding out-of-state post-secondary providers. House Bill 1052.
It was something, it was language we requested of the IT committee, so that's clean.
House Bill 1080, the portion of that bill that we certainly support is the increase in employee retirement plan contribution rates by 1% for the employer and 1% for the employee on January 1st, 16. That bill does have some other components that would impact retirement rules for participants under the defined benefit plan, and we're silent on those changes, but certainly support the increase in contribution rates.
House Bill 1127 is based on the federal law passed last year called the Veterans Access, Choice, and Accountability Act, which basically requires granting resident tuition to certain veterans, and this bill would bring us in compliance with that particular federal law.
Then House Bill 1128 was introduced by this board, and if you recall, that had to do with filing requirements for insurance purposes for construction managers at risk. 1139 is a separate bill supported by this board to authorize revenue bonds for the renovation of Woods Hall at Dickinson State University. It was forwarded as a separate bill, hopefully to move that bill along more quickly during the session so that Dickinson can get started on that project sometime this spring.
House Bill 1151 is essentially to continue the challenge grant program at a $29 million, $10 million for NDSU, 10 for UND, and $9 million for the other institutions. There have been suggestions to increase it, particularly for Minot State. That also allows 0.5% of the funds to go to the governor's office for administration purposes.
House Bill 1190, actually I'm going to change that and remove the word support. It's not that we're in opposition to that bill, but there's actually another bill we'll run across in a minute, which is House Bill 1319, which does essentially the same thing, but is a bill that Alice Brecky has helped spearhead, and so we're supportive of the 1319 version. House Bill 1233 would appropriate $29.7 million in general fund to permit us to freeze tuition rates at all of our campuses in the 15-17 biennium. This is consistent with the board's budget request, so of course we support that. And currently that is not funded in full in the executive recommendation, which only calls for freezing tuition at the two-year campuses. House Bill 1261 would permit the carryover of the $5 million in performance funding we received this biennium that's not yet been spent. It would allow the carryover of that, and then it would also permit the board, but not mandate, permit the board to use $1 million of that $5 million in support of open educational resources as you see fit. 1319 then is the bill I spoke of earlier that Alice has helped coordinate, and essentially it helps to clean up the law regarding sales tax as it relates to tickets for admissions for athletic and musical and drama events on campus. House Bill 1408, again, this is a legislatively led bill that they've been coordinating with staff in our office, but would provide $50,000 to the university system to assist with employee training on gender discrimination laws. 2013, this is the DPI, or Department of Public Instruction appropriation. It includes $200,000 for interpreter grants to our 11 campuses. That is something that is in place this biennium and has been very useful, so certainly we support continuation of that. Senate Bill 2015 is the Office of Management and Budget Appropriation. The specific line item we're interested in that bill is that it includes $10 million in funding to help cover the costs of the Affordable Care Act, including for our institutions, both this biennium and proposed next biennium. There's a pool of funds set aside in the OMB budget, and we make application to that fund to help us fund our costs associated with the Affordable Care Act, at least as it relates to those positions that are supported with general fund dollars. 2023 is a deficiency appropriation. This is your request in support of deficiencies at Minot, Williston, and Valley City. 2074, again, the next two bills, 74 and 75, we've worked with Legislative Council and some legislators on some cleanup language related to the merit-based scholarship program. The first one, 2074, helps address a shortcoming in the current law as it relates to students who have experiential experiences late in their college career. You have to carry a minimum of 15 credits a semester for this program to qualify for the scholarship. In those semesters where you're doing an internship, you're probably not going to have 15 credits, strictly from the externship. So this would allow us to blend together other credits with the experiential experience to meet the 15-hour requirement and still allow those students to be eligible for their scholarship. 2075, the same thing. Again, this is been problematic currently. The language currently in the law for this merit-based scholarship, it's only available to students at the undergraduate level. We have several programs now where the student seamlessly moves from undergraduate to graduate, many times not even completing an undergraduate or a bachelor's degree. And they do that mostly between their third and fourth year. What has been happening is when they hit that fourth year of that seamless transition and they're now taking graduate courses, they've been disqualified from the scholarship. And that would be programs like pharmacy, OT, PT, some of those specialized programs. This would allow those students to continue getting that scholarship for the four full years, which is certainly what we want. We want to put students on accelerated paths to get them done quickly, but it's awfully discouraging to the student to do that when at the same time they're losing their scholarship eligibility. 2089, again, relative to the same merit-based scholarships program. The students have to take a certain number of core curriculum courses in K through 12 in order to qualify for the scholarship. This would add to their option the ability to take early entry college courses to meet those high school core curriculum requirements. So right now they can take advanced placement and they can take dual credit courses, and those help meet the core requirements. This would also add early entrance courses. So again, helps students take more advanced courses and allows them to be eligible for the scholarship program. 2133.
Senate Bill 2133 is a proposed new statute that it's one sentence. The electronic mail addresses, home address, postal address, and telephone numbers of a student enrolled in an institution under the supervision of the State Board of Higher Education are exempt records. And this came out of the events related to Measure 1 and 7 when records were requested for political purposes. And so we introduced that bill. Senate Bill 2134 is the bill that would allow the, let me get the exact language. It's a bill that would provide that 360 reviews of the presidents are exempt records and can be used by the chancellor to develop the presidential reviews. But the reviews, the final reviews of the presidents would be open records and available to the public. There are also provisions in the bill for executive session for certain hiring and firing, but not sure whether that's going to go anyplace. Senate Bill 2158 is currently there's a $5,000 tax credit for donations to charities, and the 2158 would allow that if a donation is made to a foundation supporting an institution and a person, the donor wants to give to 2 or 3 endowments, those endowments can be aggregated for the purpose of coming up with the $5,000, and that's a very good program.
2159, again authorized by this board, was the sale of land belonging to the Dickinson Ag Research Center, and then also corresponding purchase of new property in Dickinson for replacement.
2160 takes several medical registries and other health information to create a health information hub as part of the health information network, and then a piece of that would allow the medical school to do research.
2171 would permit, in cases where we don't receive a bid on general electrical or mechanical work or any piece of that, where we could actually negotiate a contract without rebidding the project for either all or part of the project. 2201 provides $15 million in state general fund to the Department of Commerce for grants to research institutions for research and development related to energy resources. 2233 requires subcontractor bids to be publicly opened. Certainly, we have no concerns with that.
2279 would amend the Human Rights and Insurance Act to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation, and that would apply to students who are on the campuses so that they can get housing off campuses, so they can get work off campuses and not be subject to discrimination.
Senate Bill 2288 has been a program that we've been working on under the leadership of the Chancellor and the Bank of North Dakota President, and it would create a $5 million a scholarship program at the Bank of North Dakota funded from student loan trust funds. This is a pilot project, and essentially the scholarship program would be targeted at low to middle income families, and what it would try to do is fill in the gap between the cost of education and all other forms of financial aid that the student has received. So once you take the cost of education and you subtract other federal and state merit-based and need-based aid, there still remains a gap for many families in that middle to, especially the low to middle, high, low, and middle income families. And this would help to fill in that gap.
2326 is one of several privacy and security bills. However, this one we have had input, and so this is the bill that we support. Several of the others are fairly onerous or restrictive.
And Senate Bill 2348 provides additional training opportunities for people who are using AED devices.
At the bottom of the page then, you'll see that we kind of shift categories, and these, the position on these bills are to support them, but with amendments. The first one, 2203, has to do with permitting the use of a single prime bid for projects costing less than $5 million. We've been working with one of the bill sponsors on an amendment to that that hopefully would make that acceptable and minimize the reaction that we may get from contractors. And so I noticed today that there were some amendments moving forward along those lines, so hopefully with those amendments attached, we can move that to the support category. So generally we're in support, but there are some amendments required. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I don't know if you want us to stop after the support list to see if there are any questions or concerns with the recommended position of support.
Any questions?
Where are we with
Okay.
Common Core?
That's coming up.
Oh, that's coming, yeah, that's coming.
I do have a question on the bills that Chris had brought up earlier. Is there a chance we can talk about those, or?
They're coming up too.
They're coming up too.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Oh, on
here.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Janice?
Laura, could you comment on the one about the 1%? And of course, now I lost the number for employees. There we go. It's HB 2080, I believe. Could you explain that a little bit? Or 1080, excuse me. There's some questions on that when we had our state staff senate meeting. Over the last couple of years, staff have picked up an extra 1% each year for the past, is it 3 years? And so this would ask for staff to do additional 1% each year for the next 2 years, or just 1 year?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this would be for 1 year. It would be January 1, 2016, and it would do two things. It would provide an additional 1% employer contribution to be matched by another 1% employee contribution. So basically the fourth year of the 1 and 1. So it would be similar to the last three, but this is part of the plan to try to stabilize the fund.
And so then it goes further for those enrolled after 12-15. Final average salary would change from 3 to 5 periods. Rule of 85 to 90. So those that were hired before December of this coming fall would stay with the old rule of 85. Is that correct? And would use the 3 years, and those that are hired after December of this year would go to rule of 90, and it would go to 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's correct.
Or can we do my two and then
Oh,
I'll go?
please, go ahead.
Okay.
Lisa
If we-
has to run.
If we move to the opposed bills, there's two on there.
This
and
color.
The peach color. 1453 is about 2/3 down the page. That is one of those privacy bills that we oppose. It's very, very restrictive, particularly at the K-12 level, but it also impacts us in terms of we wouldn't be able to do electronic transcripts or any kind of electronic transfer of data. So we oppose that one. 1461 is the Common Core bill. That one is being heard on Monday from 8 to noon. It's going to be a very large hearing, and we're opposed to that because the standards obviously impact us as students move through. I don't know if I can answer any questions before I run off. There's a couple of us that are, I believe, testifying on that at the request of the committee chair.
So that gives the standards to the local school districts, is that what it does?
It basically, this bill, as it's written, removes the Department of Public Instruction from control over any standards or any assessments or anything.
And the local schools set their own standard. Yeah.
The local school superintendents seem before this bill, though,
No.
aren't they?
No, they are opposed.
Fargo and West Fargo are for it. The superintendents. Are for Common Core.
Right. This is the anti-Common Core bill.
Yeah, this is very much anti.
So this one would prevent the state from entering into Common Core and prevent us.
So we're on
Right.
the side of Common Core. Okay.
Representative Casper.
Right.
If I'm interpreting even legislation, I mean, this even goes beyond Common Core. It really goes hyper-local, which I think is even bigger issue than even Common Core or not Common Core.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Well, I think that's an important distinction, though, because, even as Common Core evolved, although there seemed to be a posture that came out that this board supported Common Core, it actually never came before the board. This predated a lot of you. And we might all have different opinions on that. So I think it's important to emphasize, to whatever way we can, that we as a board haven't actually ever addressed Common Core per se, but there's some of these additional items that are of concern to us.
Correct.
Because I want to be careful
Right.
that with different opinions on a topic like this, that we haven't come out as though we're in favor of or opposed to that concept, unless we decide to take it up.
I think that's a very good point. The bill itself has so many other ramifications. That would be the least of, the issues. It's basically just dismantling the Department of Public Instruction. So.
What time is that hearing for that bill?
It's at 8 on Monday.
8 on Monday?
Before we leave, the ones that were supporting Dr. Murphy had a question.
My question is to 1151. I believe it's Senate bill. No, it's House Bill 1151. So this is on the challenge program, which we've heard such a wonderful, resounding success about this program and how it's been very helpful to higher ed. So my question is on the last portion, eliminates the use of challenge funds for new construction. So can somebody fill us in on what that means, other than the obvious?
Yeah, I can try to, and Ms. Nesset may follow up, but the initial bill this was authorized in 2013, and it specifically said, after some debate in the committee, when it finally came out, that the matching funds could be used for new construction on campuses.
Right.
This time, when it came through, they amended that language so that the money, the matching money, is not to be used for new construction on campuses. And I think there's two purposes of that. One is to limit the new construction on campuses, and the second is to divert most of the money in matching funds for endowments. Is that?
That's it.
So what ultimately what I'm thinking about here is for some institutions, this might be a legitimate way, for instance, to raise money for a new chemistry building, for instance, the NDSU, and perhaps there's a donor there that wants to give $30 million or $35 million, and they could use $5 million from this challenge grant to do that. It would seem like it should be really up to the discretion of the institution. So that struck me as odd that was in there, because it was almost, to me, I would venture to guess if we looked at how that money was used, it'd be interesting to see how much was used involving new construction. And I was just curious if that, when the bill was framed or written, if that was taken into consideration. Apparently not, but I don't know if it was or not.
My guess would be
I'm going to
that-
make an observation that it's an issue about new construction and new buildings and additional buildings on campuses. It's a legislative concern about that.
That's very true. And really the focus of this program was to generate endowments, scholarships, and keep it headed directly towards aiding students.
My
That
guess
was
would
the
be they
intent.
didn't, excuse me, my guess would be they didn't want it for bricks and mortar either.
Didn't want bricks and mortar, and they felt there were other vehicles to address the construction without using challenge fund dollars.
In fact, even some of our support of that was based on the endowed chair concept and with the funds going towards that. The capital projects issue was more related that they have this ongoing concern about us bringing new structures online without any plan to fund the ongoing maintenance and expenses of them. So I mean, I think it was crystal clear as this moved through that it was more in line with students and endowed chairs and the academic side versus the capital project side.
Go ahead.
House Bill 1131 removes the exemption. Let me back up. Right now, state law provides that when you employ chancellors and presidents and academic staff, that the veterans' preference laws do not apply. This bill would remove that exemption, so if the bill passes, the veterans' preference laws will apply to chancellor, presidents, and academic staff. And at this point, we've opposed that provision. House Bill 1157 is one of several. It permits an elected official possessing a valid concealed weapon license to have a firearm in a public building. And the position that we are proposing, advocating, is that firearms, concealed firearms, should not be allowed on campuses unless they are law enforcement officials. Again, on 1195, this has to do with school property, and we would oppose that unless it specifically provides that school property specifically to be amended so that it does not include higher ed campuses.
House Bill 1244 would permit the use of sick leave for state employees during the first 12 months following birth or adoption, up to a total of 12 weeks. So it would permit 12 weeks of paid leave. This is one, quite honestly, we've got oppose unless amended. This could probably easy move into the support column with the proper amendments. Certainly, this level of benefits is attractive for recruiting and retaining staff. It does have some definitional issues, though, that need to be clarified, and that is, how does this coordinate with FMLA and other things? Some of our institutions do also have a concern with moving from our current 80 hours of sick leave used for this purpose to 480 hours. Certainly, at some places, that would pose a challenge for staffing, but hopefully with some amendments, proper amendments on this bill, we can be supportive of it. House Bill 1303 is the bill that would shift tuition and fee setting authority from the board to the legislature. 1404 would prescribe a search process for the chancellor and presidential searches. And Murray, I don't know if you want to speak to the specifics of that bill or the chancellor.
The specifics of that bill, 1404, it basically, the legislature in the bill would have a step-by-step process for the board to follow when selecting a chancellor and also selecting presidents. And you want to?
The House committee voted 13-0 do not pass on that, so I don't think it's going to go.
House Bill 1426 would increase the limit from $100,000 to $500,000 for the requirement to engage engineer architect services for a public improvement project. Certainly, while we are supportive of some level of increase in that $100,000 threshold, because it's been that way forever, the challenge with this bill is it would create a different dollar threshold for A&E services, different from the bidding requirement, and we think it's important to keep those two dollar amounts moving together at the same time. So that's our opposition around this bill.
House Bill 1435 would authorize the Attorney General to assess a $500 fine against members of a governing board if the governing board violated the open records or open meetings law. I attended the testimony, a hearing, and the prime sponsor was primarily focusing on the Board of Higher Education. The Attorney General appeared and testified against the bill, suggesting that he did not want to be the fact finder, the executioner, and the collector of the fines, and he recommended to do not pass. I testified in opposition, recommended to do not pass. $1442.
Oh, 1442. I saw your name by it, so I didn't.
Okay. 1442. It's a bill. Currently, administrative agencies or agencies other than legislature have the right to pre-file bills before the preliminary session of the legislature. This bill would take away that authorization so that, with certain exceptions, all bills have to be filed through legislators.
What's happened in committee on that?
I don't know.
I'll find out.
1444, do you want to talk about that? That's in contracts.
Which committee is
terminated.
that in front of? Do you know?
Looks like it's still sitting in committee, 1442.
Which committee, Laura?
It is political subdivision
Okay.
in the House.
On 1444, do you want to, it's my name, but would you like to address that?
Oh, sure. This would prohibit state entities, including the university system, for terminating a contract for services if, as a result of that early termination of the contract, you still are required to continue to pay for the services through the end of the contract. So if you want to terminate a contract for non-performance, but it creates some ongoing financial obligation after that termination, you'd be prohibited from doing that.
Even personnel decisions?
I think that's what it was directed to. Yeah. House Bill 1450 relaxes state law governing possession of a firearm in public places. That redefines public places to a smaller segment. So again, it would allow firearms on campuses, and we're opposed to that.
Let's see, 1453, I think Lisa spoke to, as well as 1461.
Senate Bill 2150. Senate Bill 2150, I'll back up a little bit. Currently, campuses conduct disciplinary hearings on campus, and what Cynthia is passing out is a spreadsheet showing the number of disciplinary proceedings for the past academic year. The total number is nearly 3,000 disciplinary proceedings for the past academic year. Currently, in those, also, can you pass out this one too? This board adopted a policy last year, which became effective this year, that sets minimum standards for disciplinary hearings in all of the 11 institutions. So up until now, the disciplinary proceedings can involve a lawyer to advise the student, but the lawyer is not an advocate. The lawyer, that is, the lawyer does not speak as he would in court, but the lawyer is the advisor to the student, so the lawyer can be sitting by the student, coaching the student, but in all of these disciplinary proceedings, the student is the one who speaks on his or her behalf. Senate Bill 2150 would do several things. First, it would allow a student to retain an attorney who could speak and advocate on behalf of the student in any disciplinary proceedings in one of the institutions. It would provide the ability of like a sorority or a fraternity that's in a disciplinary proceeding to hire an attorney to advocate on its behalf. And it would also provide a new authority for the student to appeal a disciplinary proceeding that would involve in the suspension for more than 10 days or the expulsion of the student. When the bill was introduced, we met with the sponsors of the bill, and primarily Senator Kelly Armstrong from Dickinson and Senator Casper from Fargo, and explained the concerns that we had, that if every student in every disciplinary proceeding could hire an attorney, that would basically require the institution to hire an attorney to counterbalance that, which in effect creates an arms race as to who has the number of attorneys. And then if you have two attorneys advocating, you basically convert that into a judicial proceeding where you may have to have an administrative law judge to be present. And if you're going to be able to appeal that disciplinary proceeding to the courts, you may have to hire a court reporter to transcribe all of the proceedings. In addition to that, there was concern that the FERPA might prohibit the disclosure of students' identities in any appeal process. So an appeal process that might involve testimony or facts about students might be challenged by the Department of Education. What we we had a very productive conversation with the proponents of the bill, and also had, in my mind, a very cordial discussion in the hearing, in which we appeared in the hearing and testified in opposition to the bill as introduced, but not in opposition to the concept of additional student rights for certain offenses, the more serious offenses. We were primarily concerned about having a full-blown judicial hearing for relatively minor offenses. And you will see on there that the relatively minor offenses primarily include alcohol, like minors in possession in the dormitory or things like that. There are relatively few serious offenses that go in front of these proceedings. I believe that Chris Wilson, NDSU General Counsel, is on the line, and I believe Lori Reeser, the Vice President for Student Affairs at UND, is on the line, so that if you have any questions, they're much more knowledgeable about this than I am, and Cynthia Goulet here is attorney for the system and is more familiar with these proceedings. So with that background, I just wanted to explain how we got here.
Mr. Chris Wilson is kind of heading up the discussions among the attorneys and the student affairs folks, and so I'm hoping he's listening and he's ready to chime in at any moment. But we are right this week in the process of working amongst ourselves in order to go back to the committee members. The committee is chaired by Senator Hogue, and we are prepared to offer some proposed amendments to the legislation, and as well, we would be necessarily amending our State Board Policy 514 in connection with that also.
Amendments to the legislation, and as well.
Hello, is that Lori? Is that Lori on?
Yep.
Okay, we heard your voice, but we didn't hear what you were saying, Lori.
Lori? Is that Lori on? Yes, Lori Reese is on the phone, but that wasn't my voice, that was somebody else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. How about Chris Wilson on?
I am here too, but that wasn't me talking either. What I would like to mention is that at the conclusion of the hearing, while we're working on it right now, the chairman of the committee actually asked me to draft an amendment to the bill limiting the scope of the bill to serious offenses. And sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. It's a little awkward. So that's what we've been doing this week. We've had a very collaborative process between the attorneys in the system office, the attorneys at UND, the student affairs folks at UND, and the folks here at NDSU, in trying to draft a bill that's more narrowly tailored to serious offenses. Now, in my testimony to the committee, I would point out that we all share the goal of trying to make sure that students who are not responsible for committing offense are in fact not found responsible for an offense. But given the sheer volume of the cases that we process every year, as Lori mentioned, 2,700 hearings system-wide last year, there is going to be an occasional need to revisit the hearing. And so the question really becomes, what is the best way of preventing or dealing with that scenario? As was mentioned by Murray, attorneys are already allowed in the process right now, and they're already acting as advisors to the students charged with these offenses if they so choose. And despite the attorney's involvement, there is still sometimes an issue. I feel that the better approach is actually to not amend state law and allow for mandatory participation of attorneys in these hearings, but rather to amend State Board Policy 514 to allow for a rehearing process, a post-appeal rehearing process. And how that would work is, and we have one here at NDSU, UND has one, but what it amounts to is our process is fairly quick. So when a student is charged, there's an investigation, there's a hearing, and sanctions are imposed. A lot of times there is a corresponding criminal charges. They may not get dealt with in the same level of time that our charges are dealt with on campus. And sometimes during the course of the criminal investigation, new facts or new evidence comes to light that would tend to indicate that the student is in fact not responsible. That's the point at which a rehearing option would be available. So the institution would allow for a rehearing. In other words, they would have an opportunity to reach out to a designated institutional individual and say, look, I've got new evidence here that shows that I wasn't responsible, and I would like a new hearing. That is the better way of dealing with this than dealing with all the unknown complications that could arise from having attorney full-blown participation in the hearing. So that was the gist of my testimony, and I think the kind of the position that we may take back to the committee. That being said, we have drafted, as requested by the chair, a modified version of the bill, which would limit the scope of this to serious offenses.
I have a relatively simple question. What do the judges or state's attorneys think about this type of thing? Because this seems like it could end up being a relatively insignificant or perhaps a significant burden on the judicial system if all these can go to district court. I mean, is there a judges association? I don't know anything about that, but what does the judicial folks say about this?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't had an opportunity to talk to the state's attorney because when the Senate Bill 2150 came in, that's the first time that we were presented with this, and that caused us to scramble and meet with the proponents about what the issues were. We just haven't had that opportunity, and we don't know how many appeals there might be. We also don't know how many students would bring in retain attorneys to come in and turn the disciplinary proceedings into a quasi-judicial proceedings. We just don't know. And so when we filed the fiscal note on this, I was advising Laura on this. Laura asked me, well, how much is this going to cost? And I said, I don't know, but I think it could easily require an additional attorney, administrative law judge, and court reporter at UND, those same three at NDSU, and those same three for the other institutions, which means 9 new FTEs in the system, and that was just a scientific guess for more than $2 million.
One of the other issues associated with the appeal, I mean, the single biggest legal problem with this bill is the appeal process, insofar as it allows for an appeal and it requires the university to put forth to the district court the record of the entire judicial proceeding. That record will, in fact, contain the names of witnesses and victims, and including often, sexual assault victims. And the statute does not allow for the imposition of protective orders that would protect those names. Those names would, in fact, be protected by federal law, and that's really the single biggest legal problem with this bill as it stands right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, what happened is when the bill came in, that put us into a very quick react mode about how do we deal with this. And so our position was we oppose the bill unless amended to address some of these issues. We don't oppose the concept, we oppose the bill as written. Or we opposed it as, but now it's in front of the board.
I had 2 questions. The first question, you mentioned FERPA earlier.
Yes.
Would it be possible, if this bill were to pass, and if it got that far to where actual court, could the student, for example, sign some sort of waiver that would release his or her rights under FERPA that would allow the case to actually continue in court?
I think Chris Wilson will probably chime in too, Mr. Chair. Yes, a student can sign consent to release his or her information. But, you know, of course, the record, the transcript, would have likely other identifying information of the other students who were involved. And so it would necessarily have to involve that process of getting everyone's written consent.
But we deal with that already in the legal system. I mean, if you have a transcript that's coming out on any hearing that deals with a minor, I mean, those names aren't presented in the transcript all the way up through the appeal, unless a court rules otherwise. So, I mean, I think there are ways about it. I didn't mean to jump in, but...
Well, that's fine, no.
Did you have
Appreciate
something
it.
else?
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Feel free to continue, but...
Well, first of all, I think it's important to clarify that what Murray indicated about how this started is important. The red flag that came up with me is this is one of these hot button issues. I suddenly got a lot of calls that the board has taken this particular position, and we hadn't taken a position. And I think that what Murray presented is correct, that at least in my view, unless some amendments are adopted, the board would most likely propose or oppose the bill. I do disagree with Chris's recommendation about a policy revision. Obviously, a bill like this is anecdotally driven by specific cases, and this one has had a particular case surrounding it. But prior to any of these presidents, I dealt specifically in my practice with a couple of these situations, and it can be awfully egregious with these students, and there are significant rights that can be lost in this process. I wholeheartedly agree that we shouldn't be dealing with the minor issues and what you see in the vast majority of these. But typically it's those that rise to the level of suspension, expulsion, and some of the sexual misconduct issues that I feel pretty strongly that it's an area that we afford a lot of our employees within the system a lot more rights than we do our students. And if you move on from just speaking about specific students, but you go on to the affiliated organizations, you're suddenly dealing with other rights that can be affected if you're talking about a fraternity or a sorority. You suddenly have an ongoing entity that has contractual rights for housing with students. They have property rights that go with those leasehold rights, whatever it might be, and typically those rise to the level of where you'd want something beyond the current decision-making process. It's been many years, but I participated in a hearing at one point in time on behalf of a student, and although I was able to be present, the way the hearing was conducted, it really wouldn't have mattered had I been there or not. Really, all I could have done is advise my client to waive testifying, or I'm sorry, to not testify, and of course, all would have been lost in the hearing process at that point in time. I do think, though, what Murray is suggesting is going down the right path, in my view, that there should be a way to drill down what are the very specific instances where we're concerned about the most significant loss to a student or an organization, expulsion, suspension, maybe the sexual misconduct. You can see already that the numbers get very low at that point in time. It would seem as though, and I am by no means an expert in the process, it's not my area of practice at all, but it would seem to be there's some way to amend the bill to allow a certain point in time where counsel could be introduced that would protect certain rights moving forward. And then also, I think, to look at the waiver issues and the transcript issues. I feel fairly strongly that this is the route that we should go on this, that we should continue to pursue at least the amendment process on this and see where it goes and be advised as a board as to how it's moving. We might get to the point where amendments aren't acceptable to the sponsors of the committee, and it is too much for the system. But I do think at the end, here today, we're not able to drill down to the specifics of this, but I do think we need to give some direction to council and to staff as to whether we as a board want them to pursue further amendments in line with what Murray indicated. If we don't, if we want to just look at it as a policy level matter, as Chris suggested, or if we just want to outright oppose it. But I would like at least some board discussion on it, and I would actually like us to vote on which way we should go, because I would like to be on the record regarding this.
And I would too, and I appreciate those comments, because this was something that received considerable discussion at the North Coast Student Association. I would say probably close to an hour alone was spent on this issue amongst the students. There's a lot of very significant concerns. This was the first time, and I feel bad for botching it up earlier, because this was actually the first resolution I've seen pass unanimously at NDSA. At least in the past year and a half since I rejoined that organization. So this is something that the students, even as it's currently written, do want. I don't know if necessarily they're aware of the alcohol-related issues and some of the possible difficulties this could cause the system. This is something that I think NDSA should revisit in February. But I will be voting actually to support this bill for the reasons that I stated. But I do, however, am very receptive to the possible problems this could cause, and I think there needs to be a continuing discussion, and I appreciate your testimony today.
But I do want to emphasize that we've had in my perceptions, we've had very productive conversations with the legislators who are involved in this, because I think we all want to go to the same place.
And I think it's important, Mr. President, to point out, too, in fairness to both sides of the argument, that even adopting what Murray's proposing actually would take us much further beyond what most universities do. Most universities are in line with what's currently in place. So this steps above and beyond what you would see at most public and private campuses, although I still support amending this, but supporting the legislation. It is important, in all fairness, to note that this is not something, our current way of conducting these disciplinary hearings is not uncommon. Correct?
No, in fact, there's only one state in the country that we're aware of that, in fact, allows attorneys to participate in student disciplinary hearings, and that bill just went into effect last year. So it is definitely aberrational to allow attorney participation in these hearings. And I certainly appreciate the student point of view. I'm not sure they were aware that attorneys could already be advisors in the hearing process, and were aware that victims' names via this bill would become public.
Mr. Chair, and I do want to apologize to Mr. Shaft and others that when we testified on this, realizing that it was a hot-button issue, we should have immediately sent our testimony to all of the board members, anticipating that you would have gotten calls. And that's why you may have noticed that Rebecca sent out testimony. We had that discussion, so you will be getting the testimony as soon as we do it, so that you're not blindsided.
No harm taken, because this is the nature of the legislative session. These things come up, and we can't be all jumping on the phone every other day.
No, but you should be blindsided as little as possible.
I just have a quick question. I think I heard Chris say that most of these situations also involve a corresponding criminal proceeding.
Yeah.
And so
actually, no.
Oh, they don't.
Well, the serious ones.
The vast majorities are actually in-house matter. There are a handful that have a corresponding criminal element to them, some of the more serious ones, or some of the minors and possessions. I mean, some of them are like noise violations, kind of things that are solely internal to the institution. Other ones do have a corresponding criminal to it.
But that does raise an issue about a student freely testifying in administrative proceedings. Can that information be used in later criminal proceedings? And that's a troublesome issue too.
So, does the institution have some discretion whether or not to refer this for criminal action? I mean, I'm assuming so.
Chris?
No, if it's arrested by our police or the Fargo police, it's a criminal matter, and then our student disciplinary folks find out about it. It's rarely the other way around, where it's our disciplinary folks find out about something and then turned over to the police. If it's a criminal matter, and then we have disciplinary charges.
I see. Just my thought was that if most of these involve a criminal or could potentially involve a criminal proceeding, we've already got the framework there to cover all of it, and the disciplinary piece could be pending, much like an administrative piece with, for example, the DUI and in your driver's license, right? So you have the and except in these cases where it's very serious, where there's an actual safety threat or something along those lines, wait out the criminal proceeding and find out what happens. And of course, people are absolutely entitled to counsel there, and that's just what I was thinking. But it sounds like that's not.
But that may raise the issue, and Chris may wish to talk about that. This is a suspension. I mean, if there are criminal proceedings and there's a risk to people on campus, you may have to suspend. That triggers a whole series of things.
Well, right, but
Absolutely, yeah. We have. I mean, remember that the criminal. We are not a criminal court. We are an educational process, and the bulk of our cases obviously don't. Of those, 2,757 hearings last year, there were 21 suspensions and 5 expulsions. I mean, the majority of these are, come in, you're found either responsible or you admit to it that you were drinking, you admit to it, you do your educational. A lot of these are training. Are you going to substance abuse training? Are you going to counseling? There's a lot of those things that go on, and if we just said, well, you got a minor in possession, we're just going to wait for the criminal court to resolve that. That doesn't take care of what our goal and mission is, which is education. But also keep in mind that is a criminal court that has a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Our role legally is to determine whether or not the student has violated our sanctions and can safely be on campus. That is the sole limit of what our disciplinary process does. And ours is a preponderance of the evidence standard. That's all we have to do from a strictly legal point of view. We don't have to meet the higher standard because all we're doing is a property and liberty interest regarding your further attendance on our campus. And if we, particularly on cases involving, somebody who's very dangerous, and they do happen on campus, it may be a year or more before the criminal case has resolved itself. What are we supposed to do with a person who's a threat to our campus during the pendency of that trial? I can guarantee you the victim doesn't want them here on campus, and the potential victims don't want them here on campus. So I've seen some commentary in the press about, we should just, universities should just back off of being involved in these processes. But the fact is, we have a situation on our campus that we have to resolve for the safety of our community. We can't wait for the criminal justice process to work its way.
Well, absolutely, but I think my point was just that that's limited to about 53 cases, and if we're looking at the cost of having to staff an attorney to handle these, it's a much smaller number than all of these other incidents that could potentially be run through a different process.
Mr. Chair, with regard to Title IX offenses, the sexual misconduct type of offenses, the expectation, and it's actually written down in the guidelines which have been promulgated by DOE, and the White House has come out with White House papers on this recently. So Title IX is a very big subject currently in its context of sexual misconduct occurring on campuses. And the guidelines direct that campuses have these cases resolved within 60 days. So if you have serious sexual offense and we're waiting on the criminal court, those timelines will never be able to match up. So, we need to move much faster than that. And of course, that's the goal of all of our proceedings when it comes to student discipline. We want expeditious, appropriate, educational, focus type of resolutions.
Mr. Chairman.
And a lot of that is lost. A lot of that is lost with the attorney involvement, quite frankly.
So, the comment that I'll make a comment, first of all. I sit on the Standing Committee for Faculty Rights, which is a hearing body. And, my fear is that very minor issues get blown out of proportion. Students have there's a cost if you move in a certain, move out of our current system into where you may have a hearing officer because they have a right to this. They have a right to the attorney being involved in the process. And, I've sat on these hearings before, and when it's 1 or 2 faculty hearings a year maybe, and it's 30 hours of testimony and so forth, so on, with a court reporter and a court hearing officer, it does get costly. And my concern is not, I would agree for the more serious offenses, there's a whole nother level that we have to look at. But I think my fear would be for the minor offenses, people just feel like, well, I can do this, so I will. And if they have the financial ability to do so, they'll just go ahead and do it. And it's not that I don't understand some of the nuances and some of the things that have happened in the past in our system and elsewhere in the country. But there's that. I think that's the fear and the danger, and I think that's maybe what we should be talking about is that it's opened up in a way Pandora's box. We just don't know what we're going to get. But then I would agree on the other side of it, as Mr. Schaff was mentioning and talking about. There are other times where it's not necessarily, things don't always work properly. And so I don't know. It's an interesting point. But on most of the more serious ones, there's a corresponding criminal case as well. And so I think one of the issues comes up is when you have a criminal case that is doesn't go any further, and the other case moves on, and then there's a finding. How do you rectify these two decisions that are in opposition with a judicial or a legal action taking, let's say a negative stance? There's no action they're going to take, but yet the student is suspended, let's say. So that's the problem.
That gets to exactly my point that I raised initially, which was, let's keep in mind that this system has been in place for years and has been functioning fine for years, thousands of cases every year. And certainly there has been an aberrational case, and one that was high profile. And in that case, I would point out that there was an attorney involved. There was an attorney who was an advisor in that case. And the situation still was the same. What would be better in that case is when subsequent new evidence is discovered, that there's an opportunity for a new hearing. That way, it doesn't bog down the system that we've got now, which is, as I said, working effective, but it does feel better with the aberrational situation.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, yeah.
I think somehow, some way, we need to move off center on this issue.
Yeah.
Because we'll probably talk about it till 9 o'clock tonight. And maybe a solution might be, as this evolves and moves through the system, that we can either have a conference call regarding it, or we can have a doodle poll or something like that to get some consensus among our board on how to proceed. But leaving it to our counsel and our attorneys to move us down the road until it gets to that phase.
Murray or Laura, any wrap-up comments, or how do you want to?
Mr. Chair, I think the discussion on this issue has been extraordinarily helpful. We talked about students and student rights. And
Mr. President, just one quick comment, not related to all this, but I think the other thing, just from the political viewpoint of this, it's my view that this legislation probably has some likelihood of making it through. And if that's the case, regardless of our position, it's good for us to have a seat at the table to get the best amended version of the bill out there. And so, I mean, that's, if you even differ from the way I view the legislation, we still need to be in the game, because if you look at the sponsors and that, my sense is this bill will likely make it through.
Mr. Chair, you may wish to make a motion on this, but what we can do as the legal advisors and the chancellor, keep you informed on every step of the process as it moves along, the discussions that we have, and until you tell us to stop.
And I think that would be good. I think it would also, at least from my point of view, if you would at least have some correspondence to the committee chair that now has been brought to the board, and that we've at least had this discussion, so that we're at least on the same page that the board's been engaged on this now.
Okay.
And I'd just like to point out, we are still planning on going with kind of what has been the consensus discussion, but I mean, it's the same thing that the chairman of the committee wanted, which was a limitation of this bill to serious offense. And the attorneys for both UND, NDSU, and Cynthia, we have that bill drafted right now, which limits the scope to the serious offenses. And we've had a lot of discussions about what constitutes serious offenses, things along those lines. And the other thing for the attorneys in the room that we've added is a prohibition that any testimony provided by a student during a disciplinary proceeding could be used subsequently against them in a criminal proceeding. That eliminates that possibility of a student having to fear for providing information to us during our process, and should hopefully free up the ability of that student to participate in the process a little bit more freely. That was an issue that was raised by a couple of witnesses during the hearing, and we thought that might actually be a useful due process tool to add into the student's process. So that, as of right now, the bill that we're proposing to send back for the chair's request would limit it to serious offenses and would eliminate the possibility of subsequent using testimony. That being said, we've also drafted a proposed amendment to 514 to add in a rehearing option, and nothing to say that those two are mutually exclusive, quite frankly.
Good. Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Chairman, I believe our two board members said they wanted to go on record on this thing. So what I'm hearing is that we move forward with amendments, working with the legislature for amendments for this.
Yes, and I don't think we have enough specifics on the table to actually vote on where we're at, but I think the discussion on record has indicated what our intention is. And
okay.
That's correct.
Okay, Laura, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in light of the time, maybe there's just two more bills on the opposed list that we should mention to you. The first one, it's on the last page of the salmon color, 2268, and then also 2330. And Murray, I think both of those are yours.
2268 would prohibit state employees from interstate organization, and basically an interstate organization would be the Association of Governing Boards, the National Association of College and University Attorneys, things like that. And these type of bills periodically come up, and it would be very harmful to most organizations. And which other?
2330, the student IDs. 2330 would require campuses to place on the face of the student ID both their residential address and their date of birth. and then also require the campus to distribute information about voter eligibility annually.
It has to do with student privacy issues.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it would be helpful, I think, if you agree with those bills that are on both the support and the opposed list, that there be a motion in support of the recommendations that are before you today, or if not, direct us or point to some other direction.
I would move, Mr. President, that we as a board support the positions outlined regarding support and opposition to the bill, the bills listed in the bill tracking attachments, with the exception to our discussion as to Senate Bill 2150, as we've clarified earlier.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second? Okay. Any other?
And just to make absolutely sure, we are separated, we are taking no official stance on 2150 beyond the discussion we've had.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, Carrie, call the roll.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes. Okay, Laura, move on.
Of the board, I believe the next item on your agenda has to do with the proposed changes to the tuition model. This item actually has gone through the Budget Finance Committee, and it comes to you today with their recommendation. We pulled it out as a separate agenda item, just so the full board is aware of the proposed changes and can take separate action on it. If you recall, the original Pathways plan proposed a new tuition model be implemented. In June of last year, we brought to you one major proposed change to the original Pathways model, and that was to move away from the requirement that we have common rates within each tier of institutions. Originally, there was an expectation that all the two-year campuses have the same rate, the four-year, and then UND and NDSU have a common rate. In June of last year, you approved that change. As we've continued to work through the details of the analysis and the impact and the implementation, there are two additional major changes we're bringing to you today for consideration. The first one, in the original Pathways plan, there was an expectation that we would come up with a single combined tuition rate for both on-campus and distance ed courses. And we would charge those rates according to residency status. We are not asking you to change that. What we are asking you to consider is permitting campuses at their discretion to assess a separate distance ed fee for distance ed courses. A number of our campuses do that currently. Our initial goal in Pathways was to do away with that distance ed fee. The short-term challenge of doing that is you either leave the institution with substantially less revenue than they have today, or you end up redistributing the higher cost of distance ed delivery to your traditional on-campus students. And so we're trying to minimize that, so it would be our request that you allow campuses, again, at their discretion to retain that distance ed fee. The intent would be after we get the model in place, which is expected to be no later than the fall of 2017, we could then come back and revisit that issue. But quite honestly, trying to make all these sweeping changes at one time in a tuition model implementation either have a serious consequence on some of our students or serious consequences on the revenue stream of the institution. So we're trying to strike a delicate balance. The second major change requested today is in the original Pathways plan, both out-of-state and out-of-country students would be assessed tuition at 1.75 times the resident rate, except for like Minnesota under reciprocity and some of the compact states. We are asking you to separate out of country from out of state, so that out of country would still be at 1.75. In country would be 1.5. So essentially for the in-country students, we're asking you to reduce the multiplier from 1.75 to 1.5. The fiscal impact and loss of revenue of that change is quite immaterial, but our institutions believe it does create a real opportunity for them to recruit more out-of-state students, which of course is one of your goals in the strategic plan as you try to respond to workforce needs. So those are the two changes before you today that we would ask for your approval.
Thank you, Lauren. And what we're trying to do is give the campuses this time to adjust with all these tuition changes that are coming with the distance ed. But eventually, we will get to something that's very, very standard.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, does this apply to graduate education as well as undergraduate education and to professional education or licensure programs, or is this for all students, period? I mean, what's the applicability here?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, certainly the tuition model changes will impact all students except non-credit courses. So both our undergraduate and graduate tuition structures will be changing.
And that has little effect, you say, on the...
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I don't have my materials in front of you, but in the summary, I note under the financial implications, the cost impact of reducing the in-country rate from 1.75 to 1.5. If I recall correctly, it was like a 0.2% change in total revenues. So it was fairly minimal. The other thing that I should point out that again is in the summary document is that certainly as we look to legislation in this session that potentially would freeze tuition rates at some or all of our campuses next biennium, that will make it almost virtually impossible for us to put a new tuition model in place if we're left with legislation that freezes tuition, because almost all of our students will see an impact in their tuition bill as a result of this new tuition model. Some of them it'll be favorable, they'll actually pay less. Some will pay more. But it will affect just about everybody's bill. So again, we'll keep working towards implementation, but we may have to stop suddenly depending on the outcome of the session.
Any comments or questions?
I just want to take a few minutes to read this.
Well, while he's taking a look at that, just we had discussed this at the last meeting that there'd at least be some effort to plug this into what parents and students' perspective can see, so at least it's can try to be a little more clear as to what they will be paying.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, what Mr. Shaft is referring to is on our website, we have what's called a tuition and fee estimator, where you can go online, identify which campuses you want to attend, are you living on campus, off campus, and come up with an estimate of cost. And certainly we'd have to find a way to build in that distance ed fee indicator. As I mentioned during the Budget Finance Committee meeting, one of the things the new tuition model will cause, though, is in order for the family to get a really accurate estimate of cost, they are going to have to know pretty clearly what courses they're enrolling in or programs, because some courses may be priced differently than others. And so to get a fairly accurate number, you're going to have to be pretty knowledgeable about course selection.
Mr. Chairman, I think this was discussed before I was appointed to the board. And has there been any conversation about having out-of-state tuition being the same as in-state tuition? I know in Minot has been tested, and it had showed a considerable enrollment increase for students coming to Minot. And from what I understand now, with the tuition model changes, that will be most likely eliminated. Is this a reasonable push towards reducing the out-of-state tuition to attract more out-of-state students? And what's the financial impact if we had them both the same? It did come up in my hearing yesterday, and I don't think they liked my answer very well, but my answer was to, take a look at it and see what it does to our workforce. And if that has been talked to death, and if that has been discussed, and if it's no longer even a discussable issue, I would be in favor of the motion. If it has not, and I don't know how we proceed to talk about that. Maybe during the legislative session is not the appropriate time to talk about it. But it does seem to me to be something that should be talked about if it has not.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it certainly has been discussed in the past. There are two implications. One is certainly the revenue implication to the institutions from the loss of revenue from what they're charging now, the non-residents to the resident. And so if we were to move in that direction, obviously we would have to do it very strategically in a way that we could soften that impact over time, hopefully to be offset, as you suggested, by increasing enrollment. The other, as you pointed out quite clearly, is it's certainly a political sensitivity. There are certainly there are some in the state who believe that North Dakotans should not be subsidizing out-of-state students, and so it's a delicate balance.
And as you go east, Minnesota has reciprocity. Wisconsin, Illinois, their in-state tuition, they can send their child to North Dakota and pay out-of-state tuition, and it equals their in-state tuition. So we have a good deal. And by doing this, we are giving those out-of-state students a little bit of a break. So I think it does help, and it does help us tell the story of we're trying to attract people, particularly young people. It also isn't so drastic as to impact the campuses. We just got to be conscious of that. It's that would be too much, I think. Okay. Not to say that we can't get that to that down the road, but I don't think we can do it now.
We have no better tourism opportunity, though, than our higher education system in North Dakota.
I've said this before, they're the only tourists that come to North Dakota and stay for 9 months. They stay for the winter.
As far as this issue, though, we do have generally very liberal residency requirements, and the ability for a student to shift from out-of-state to in-state is much easier in North Dakota than most states in the union. And so essentially, once a student's here for a year, it's relatively easy to shift it in-state, at which point that cost savings is seen anyhow. So I'm not sure that it's a realistic approach.
That might be true. My son didn't figure that out.
I have a comment just to kind of follow up on what Kevin said, and as I see that we support these bills that are, funding scholarships at higher levels and grants, I guess I'd be curious what else other states are doing that are more innovative types of solutions. I know I've referred to the STEM loan forgiveness program. So for those who attend in a STEM course and are employed in a STEM occupation in the state, there's a loan forgiveness on the back end. So they've got skin in the game. They're taking their loans, but when they're done and they get a job here and stay in the state, we help them out in the back end. And with something like this, is it a loan, interest-free loan that only has to be paid back if they leave the state, as long as they're filing in state, for the first 5 years or something like that, there's that loan forgiveness piece or something like that. I don't know if that's quite as attractive as a straight-up scholarship to bring people in, but it seems to me that, making sure that everyone's got skin in the game and being a little more proactive to tell the legislature, look, we're making sure your investment, you're going to see some return on that, as opposed to, just the scholarships. And maybe we know whether or not those are as attractive of solutions to students as scholarships. I don't know.
And that's a good discussion to have at our summer retreat. It's too late now to introduce new bills, but so in the interest of time, I would make a motion to whatever the motion is, I move for it.
To approve, yeah, to approve. Okay, there's been a motion to approve the proposed changes to the tuition rate,
Second?
and seconded. Any other discussion? Carrie?
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Yes.
Dr. Malaker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes. Thank you, Carrie. Christie, I'm sorry. Okay, Dr. Darling, step forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Christie is handing out information related to our request for naming the Technical Center building that we just finished construction on. And the request for naming the Technical Center building is the culmination of a gift by Ann Marit Bergstrom to the College Foundation for facility improvements and a gift by the Renard and Candace Bergstrom to the College Endowment for ongoing scholarships and program support. For 3 generations, this community-minded family has played important roles in the college's history and development, and the current commitment in the multi-generational history of support of Lake Region State College makes this gift especially significant. Lake Region State College wishes to recognize the generosity of the Bergstrom family and the many decades of support provided to Lake Region State College by naming the facility the Bergstrom Technical Center. In 1923, Art Bergstrom founded Lake Chevrolet Motor Company, an auto implement dealership in Devils Lake. The dealership's been owned and operated by the Bergstrom family ever since. The business was well established when Devils Lake Public Schools and community leaders made the decision in 1941 to create the 2-year college to deliver business and technical education courses. Art supported this progressive decision and helped nurture the college's growth and development. The fledgling institution survived low enrollments during World War II and then grew rapidly as returning service personnel utilized the GI Bill. By the 1960s, it was clear the college couldn't continue operating out of the rented spaces all over town. A newly constructed campus complex opened for classes in the fall of 1966. William Bill, the son of Art and Marjorie, joined the family business in 1960. Bill served as the CEO of the company for over 30 years. During that time, Bill was instrumental in the growth of the college. When the college began seeking funds to build workshop facilities for technical education programs, including automotive technology, Bill was at the forefront. The fast pace of the college's growth caused Devils Lake Public School Board to form a formal leadership group to focus exclusively on the needs of the college. Having been actively involved in the college since its return home in 1960, Bill agreed to serve on the first board of trustees for the college in 1967. And eventually this group secured funding to build the 2 large workshop buildings in 1968 and 76 to address the need for campus-based classrooms for technical education programs. These early buildings were incorporated into the new technical education center that from today will bear the Bergstrom family name. In 1996, Renard succeeded Bill as the CEO of Bergstrom Automotive Management. As a 3rd-generation automotive dealer, Renard currently operates Lake GM Auto Center, formerly Lake Chevrolet, Marketplace Ford Lincoln, and Lake Toyota. The business has a close working relationship with the college and employs numerous technical students each year through an internship program that enhances the school's automotive technician program. Renard did a count. He's got 94 employees. 39 of them have taken classes from Lake Region State College currently. A major gift from the Bergstrom family completed the home stretch for the Challenge Grant campaign. The Bergstrom family gift has 2 components. Renard and Candace's endowment gift to be used to strengthen the automotive technology program through scholarships and program support. And when the bequest gift from Ann Marit Bergstrom matures, it will be used to support priority needs for the technical education at Lake Region State College. Both parts of the gifts were matched by the North Dakota Higher Education Challenge Fund, and the Bergstrom family support was critically important to the success of the Challenge campaign, and it will enable Lake Region State College to provide a level of excellence in technical education beyond the base funding provided by traditional funding sources. The college and its foundation are extremely grateful to the Bergstrom family for their enduring commitment, and Lake Region State College is proud to attach the Bergstrom family name to its recently constructed Center for Technical Education. The new Bergstrom Technical Center is truly a state-of-the-art instructional resource that will serve the educational needs of the students in the community for years to come. And if you notice, they've been involved with the campus prior to our being a campus, so literally from 1941 to the present day. We would request the North Dakota State Board of Higher Education formally approve naming the building the Bergstrom Technical Center.
I wholeheartedly recommend the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Larry, is that something you have to have your recommendation with or not? Okay.
I recommend approval.
Known the family for years and very solid representative of Devil's Lake.
Any questions or or Christie, call the roll and just.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for the
Darling.
Bergstrom family.
Congratulate the Bergstrom family. Thank you. Okay, Murray?
Mr. Chairman, a joint powers agreement is a very common legal device in North Dakota for collaboration among governmental entities. This particular joint powers agreement is for peace officers collaborating primarily on drug-related issues, and the University of North Dakota Police Department is a part of the Grand Forks Narcotics Task Force, and they are, through this joint powers agreement, outlining how these organizations are collaborating to work together as law enforcement, and would recommend approval.
Dr. Scogin, is that? We'll ask for your recommendation.
My approval pen must have run out of ink here on these last couple, so I recommend approval.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Chris,
Second.
second by Kathy. Any other discussion? Call the roll, Christie.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes. The last item of board business deals with the audit committee. Larry?
Actually, Ms.
Kathleen?
Nesset chaired the committee this morning and has a recommendation.
Okay. Okay, Kathleen?
Our recommendation would be to, how did we leave it? You have the,
It was to recommend within NDUS system or reach out to the state auditor's office as a temporary employee, pretty much.
until we would go through a
Legislation.
hiring, until the legislative session is over, and we would also go through a hiring process, but have the board, have the audit committee as the search committee.
You want me to explain the whole thing like
If
we
we
talked
can.
this morning? Okay.
If we can.
Right now, the legislature is looking at taking all the funding that the board currently has for the audit function and transferring that to the state auditor's office. And so this morning, the conversation we had in committee was whether or not we actually kick off the search for a chief auditor now, not knowing what's going to happen in this legislative session. So the discussion was, instead of kicking off a search, it would be better than, and what the committee, the three members of the board on the committee decided, is that we would attempt to fill that within our current resources, reach out to the state auditor's office maybe for resources, and in the meantime, put any full-blown search to abeyance until we know how this fleshes out in this legislative session.
Okay. Is that a motion, Kathleen?
That is a motion.
Okay, have a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second.
What was that?
Who's second?
Done.
Okay, Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes. Okay, now, we'll move on to the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Chairman Reichert.
Our committee met on December 11th, and the only item on our agenda that we took action on was to approve a report. It's the inventory of accreditations of all of the academic programs in the system, as presented and the Chancellor's Cabinet had approved, and we recommended approval. This is an inventory that is to be updated twice each year, and Dr. Cowan, you can remind me, I think we talked about doing that just once a year, and so I think the recommendation here doesn't reference that, but I think that's something we were going to recommend change as well. So we have the inventory, which we approved and would recommend approval on, and then also the request to do that just once a year, to make the modification to do it just once a year.
Is that a motion, Carrie?
If I'm permitted to make it, then I would move that we.
Okay. Motion by Carrie, is there a second?
Second. To clarify, that's two parts to
Right.
accept the accreditation report and move the report to once a year.
Right, to amend our procedures to allow that.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Schaaf votes yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Milliker?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes. Okay, and moving right along, we're going to talk about the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations. Chair Morton.
Laura? What were? I thought we already discussed this.
We did.
In our recommendations around the tuition, that.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, members of the committee, items 19, let's see.
20.
Are you not prepared for your report, Mr. Morton?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, items under 19 of the agenda have been considered by the Budget and Finance Committee and come to you today with their recommendation. Certainly, we're happy to go over any in particular that you might have questions on.
Is it item 20 you're talking about now? Or?
No, all of the items listed under 19. So there is the Williston State project to increase the level of funding on the Williston State project to include an additional state general fund request of $1.2 million.
Okay. Yeah, Bismarck State.
Yes, the refunding of revenue bonds at BSC. The next item is to authorize an interfund borrowing at Minot State to install an electronic scoreboard in the dome. And then the last item is to authorize a student fee increase at Valley City State University in support of a new health and wellness and Phy-Ed center that's being built by the city of Valley City. And then also to authorize a funding source change on that project to include student fee revenue.
Can I ask a question about one of the, under number 4? Actually, the last sentence kind of got my attention because it said further authorize an increase in the fitness facility fee from 42 cents per credit hour up to $12 per credit hour by no later than fall of 2017. Can someone explain to me the difference and why the huge variation?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, basically what the students at Valley City have actually held a campus-wide election and have supported the fee increase last October as part of the project. And essentially what the fee would allow them to do is have membership in the health and wellness facility, not unlike most of our other campuses that have health and wellness facilities. Obviously that revenue then, that student fee revenue, would be turned over to the city of Valley City, who's actually constructing the project, and that would help them cash flow that project along with substantial private funds that are being raised for the construction of that project.
So the students have agreed to increase that from 42 cents to $12?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members, that's correct.
That's 64% according to a campus-wide election held in October 2014.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Chris?
Well, it says on legal policy issues, they held a student-wide election, 64% voted for the increase.
I was just curious why the huge increase.
No, I was too.
Yeah.
Can I just ask the question and whether or not Valley City State is committed to the city on that already? Is that a pre-existing commitment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll turn to the president.
We are committed. We have the last $2 million to raise. So there won't be a shovel in the ground till that last $2 million of the $16 million projects. But we do have a joint agreement that's signed with the city. Okay. It's a great, I think, a really great opportunity for town and gown relationship. There's no way we could get the space that we need for our growing. We have over 171 athletic training majors now, and we wouldn't have the opportunity to build a facility that would support the academic program without doing this relationship. So the building will be on our property, but owned by them, and then we'll be partners, and we'll lease it.
I think that.
Dr. Dawes, Doug Dawes, is he the contact person on that? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move consent items 19, Roman numerals 1 through 4.
Okay. We've had a motion to approve consent items 19.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any other comments? Christie?
Mr. Shaft?
I apologize. I have a quick question. What was the turnout on the student election? Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah, because I know that question kind of came up with the Aquatic Center for NDSU about 2 years ago. And it might come up if I get asked about it at NDSA.
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I can get it to you. But I will let you know with that 60% approval, that also included our distance ed students that were voting in that election. And that, we've got about, out of our 1,400 students, we have about a third on campus, a third distance, and a third blended. So I think that's significant.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, I believe the students could vote over a course of 3 days. They had 155 students that voted. That's about 11% of their student body.
Okay.
Which is typical for a student election.
Yes.
Laura, do you know, it says on a per credit basis, but students aren't, if you take 12 credits or 14 credits, you pay the same amount. So would these students, if they take 18 credits, have to pay that fee additionally for each of those credits after full-time, or is it up to the 12 credit full-time?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's up to 12 credits is the limit. And the fee would be somewhere between $240 and $288 per academic year.
Any other questions? Christie, call the roll.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
I'd like to thank Laura for saving me. My computer ran out of battery, so I couldn't get to the agenda.
I was worried that you ran out of batteries yourself.
Getting close.
I'm sorry we're running kind of slow here. The other board consent items are at the bottom of the second page. To authorize UND to proceed with various classroom and laboratory upgrades. Is Alice going to address those, or?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, we'll just get to them quickly. These are pretty standard items. The first one would be to authorize UND to proceed with a project of $350,000 for their music building renovation, that one's related to NDSU, I'm sorry. NDSU for their music building, and then to authorize UND to proceed with a classroom renovation of $1,375,000 in the College of Engineering and Mines. At Dickinson, to proceed with replacement of wastewater risers in Pulver Hall. Pulver Hall is actually a facility that's rented out to several state agencies. And then the last one would be a $350,000 project at NDSU in their music building.
Okay, board members, do you see the consent items?
Are there two requests?
Three,
Mr.
actually.
Chair? Well,
Yeah.
I'm referring to the NDSU, the $350,000. Is that stated twice, or is this two requests?
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you're correct. It's accidentally stated twice. It's the
Okay.
same project.
One project.
Yep.
Move consent items 20, Roman numerals 1 through 3.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve consent item 20. There are no questions. Call the roll, Christie.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Dr. Jonestead?
Yes. Okay, Murray, the first reading of the board policy 309.
903.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, policy number 903 is up for proposed amendment. This is a recommendation of Mr. Shaft, and this is to provide board review over those buildings that are potential for demolition or substantial change that may have historical significance. And so it's up for first reading and for your consideration at the next board meeting.
We require no board action at all.
No board action.
Okay.
And right below that are 4 policies that are now circulating in the staff for probable first reading in February.
Those are the policies on the last page.
Yes.
Policies 340.2, policy 918, 611.10, and policy 840 are all policies that are under review. Pretty important policies. I think there's been a lot of questions on foundations and the alcoholic beverages policy that I think there's about 6 schools now that are probably visiting with Murray about that. And then the other policies that are under review, employee responsibility and so on. Any questions on those? Murray, any comment?
Only one comment, and that's on the foundation policy. The foundations, the policy has focused on foundations, but since that policy was initially adopted, there are now 37 nonprofit organizations that support the institutions. And it's not just foundations, it's a variety of organizations.
I might, Mr. President, caution the board members that like me, you might start hearing from some foundation people on this, and maybe keep your powder dry until you at least know what's being proposed. There's some folks who are jumping off the roof already.
And they don't know what the issue is.
Right.
Yes.
How many colleges,
Word in there, right?
Murray, how many colleges have approached you about the alcoholic beverages policy?
I think you're close to that number.
Is it 6 or 7?
Well, there are several, yes. And so, because there are several, instead of dealing with the issue in an ad hoc manner, it probably is time to do a more general review of the issue.
Yeah, my boy's first grade teacher was the first one that came to me. We need an alcoholic policy in all the university systems. So she made a complete flip of what she was teaching my kids when they were first graders. Any comments on those policies? We'll be ready for those in a couple of weeks. Carrie.
I just have one final question on the bill tracking. Are we able to access that with our current credentials? We are. Okay, so I just need to submit a help request then. Okay.
We're going to send out some step-by-step things instead of, I know you don't want to take time to do training today, so we'll send out kind of a tutorial on it.
Our next meeting is February 26th in this same building, I believe, Dr. Scogan, and then we'll meet again in March. And I'm sorry that we went so long on talking about bills, and I'm sorry you guys took so long in your reports. Otherwise, we'd have been out here at 3 o'clock, but we are right on time. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.